Hey guys, tonight we're traveling to a kingdom that doesn't exist. Or rather, it existed once. Somewhere. At some time that history cannot quite locate, in some place that maps cannot quite identify, during some era that scholars cannot quite determine. It was real. This much we know. It left traces, objects, mysteries, questions carved in stone and whispered through the centuries by artifacts that should not exist, that cannot be explained, that persist in defying every attempt to place them, to understand them, to make them fit into the comfortable categories we use to organize the past. This is a kingdom that vanished so completely that even its name was forgotten. That disappeared so thoroughly that even its location dissolved from memory. That left behind only fragments, beautiful fragments, impossible fragments, fragments that raise more questions than they answer, that create more mystery than they solve, that testify to a civilization that was sophisticated enough to create wonders, but which chose somehow to erase itself so completely that only these traces remain to whisper. We were here, we mattered. We created beauty and meaning and power. And then we vanished into silence, so profound that even our erasure is mysterious. Before we begin this journey together, take a moment to settle in. Adjust your pillow so it cradles your head just right. Let your shoulders drop, releasing whatever tension they're holding. Feel the weight of the blankets above you, the support of the mattress beneath you. Notice your breath. You don't need to change it. Just notice it. The gentle rise and fall. The patient rhythm that continues whether you attend to it or not. That will carry you through this story and into sleep. That will be there when the story ends and continues into dreams. Tonight's journey will take us through the last remains of the vanished kingdom, through the objects they left behind, through the mysteries they created perhaps deliberately, perhaps accidentally, perhaps inevitably, because some civilizations are too strange, too sophisticated, too alien in their thinking to leave traces we can easily understand, to create artifacts that fit neatly into our categories, to bequeath to the future anything except questions. We'll encounter a crown that should mark sovereignty, but which crowned no king. We'll We'll find maps carved in moonlight that show territories existing nowhere on Earth. We'll hear bells ringing beneath lakes where kingdoms drowned. We'll discover graves that hold no bodies, mirrors that show no reflections, gates that open onto impossibilities. We'll walk through the accumulated mysteries of a civilization that left everything except answers, that bequeathed to history everything except clarity, that remains present only through absence, knowable only through unknowing, real only through the impossibility of what they left behind. If you find value in these journeys into history's forgotten corners, if these explorations into mystery help you find rest, feel free to like this video or subscribe to the channel, but only if it feels right. There's no obligation here, no pressure. This space exists simply to provide what you need, whether that's wonder or distraction or the gentle pull toward sleep that stories can create when they're told slowly enough, softly enough, with enough respect for the darkness you're descending into, the rest you're seeking, the peace that tonight's mysteries might help you find. And if you're moved to share, leave a comment telling us where in the world you're listening from tonight. There's something beautiful about knowing that across continents and time zones, across the vast geography that separates us, we're gathered together in this quiet moment, all of us preparing to walk through the same vanished kingdom, to witness the same impossible artifacts, to share the same questions that have persisted for centuries, for millennia, waiting in museums and ruins and sealed chambers for people like us to discover them, to wonder about them, to let them carry us into the territories where history becomes mystery, where the past becomes poetry, where what we know dissolves into what we can only wonder about. Pause. The vanished kingdom occupies no specific place in the chronology we use to organize history, appears in no textbook sequence, fits into no familiar progression of empires rising and falling, of cultures developing and declining, of the neat linear narrative we tell ourselves about how civilizations work. Instead, it exists in the gaps, in the spaces between documented kingdoms, in the centuries that records don't quite cover, in the territories that maps mark as empty, but which might have been full of people, full of culture, full of the accumulated life that creates civilizations, that builds cities, that produces the artifacts we'll encounter tonight, the objects that persist when everything else dissolves, the traces that remain when all other evidence vanishes into the silence that claimed this kingdom so completely that we don't even know what to call it, what name it called itself, what word its people used when they spoke of their home, their realm, their civilization. We know it existed because we have its remains, physical objects, tangible artifacts, things that are undeniably real, undeniably present, undeniably here in museums and archives, and the hidden chambers where they waited for discovery. We can touch them, photograph them, measure them, submit them to every test that modern science has developed for dating objects, for identifying materials, for extracting information from artifacts that should reveal their origins, their purposes, their place in the human story. But the tests yield contradictions. The dates don't align. The materials don't match anything in our geological catalogs. The craftsmanship suggests technological sophistication that shouldn't exist in the eras when the artifacts seem to have been created, or suggests that the artifacts are far older than they appear, far more recent than they should be, far more impossible than comfortable history allows. And the symbols, the writing, the scripts carved into crowns and thrones and monuments and walls, they resemble languages we know, show characteristics of actual writing systems, follow rules, demonstrate grammar, possess the structure that real languages have. But we cannot read them, cannot decode them, cannot crack the cipher they present, because they are not quite any language we recognize, are simultaneously familiar and foreign, are writing that we know is writing, but which remains forever illegible, forever closed, forever refusing to yield its meaning to the scholars who have spent careers attempting translation, attempting to hear what these symbols say, attempting to understand what the vanished kingdom was trying to tell us through the inscriptions they left on everything, through the writing they carved into every surface, through through the evident desire to communicate that produced so much text, but which remains, despite that desire, silent or at least incomprehensible, speaking still, but in tongues we cannot parse, in languages we cannot learn, in scripts that defeat every attempt at understanding. So we are left with mystery, with questions, with the beautiful, frustrating presence of a civilization that clearly existed, clearly mattered, clearly achieved sophistication and artistry and power, but which remains unknowable, remains mysterious, remains forever the vanished kingdom that left everything except the means to understand what it left, that bequeathed artifacts, but no context, objects, but no explanation, traces, but no narrative that would make those traces comprehensible, that would place them in history, that would allow us to say with certainty, this is who they were, this is what they believed, this is why they created what they created, and why they vanished, and where they went when they left everything behind. Tonight, we're going to walk through what they left, through the crown and the maps and the bells, and all the other impossible, beautiful, frustrating objects that testify to their presence, to their sophistication, to their reality. We're going to encounter each mystery in turn. Not to solve them, they remain unsolved, remain perhaps unsolvable, remain the kind of questions that persist because they cannot be answered, that matter because they resist resolution, that teach us through their very mysteriousness that not everything can be known, that some things must remain questions, that the past contains silences we cannot fill with facts, gaps we cannot bridge with evidence, mysteries that will persist as long as the objects persist, as long as the artifacts remain, as long as the crown glows faintly in its case, and the bells ring beneath the lake, and all the other traces of the vanished kingdom continue their patient witness to what was, to what mattered, to what existed, and then vanished, leaving only these questions, only these mysteries, only these beautiful, impossible objects that we'll encounter together tonight. Let yourself relax completely now. Let the day fade. Let your thoughts begin to drift. Feel yourself settling deeper into rest, deeper into the gentle pull toward sleep that these stories facilitate, that mysteries enable, that the unknown makes possible, when we approach it not with the determination to solve, but with the willingness to wonder, to question, to allow ourselves to rest in uncertainty, to find peace in not knowing, to accept that some things will remain mysterious, and that mystery itself is valuable, is beautiful, is worthy of the attention we'll give it tonight as we walk through the vanished kingdom's last remains. The objects wait, the mysteries persist, and you can let go now. Let this journey carry you. Let the questions become dreams. Let the vanished kingdom take you wherever vanished kingdoms take those who seek them, who wonder about them, who are willing to descend into the territories where history becomes poetry, where facts become mysteries, where the solid, documented past dissolves into something stranger, something more beautiful, something that exists in the spaces between what we know and what we can only imagine, between what evidence proves and what wonder suggests, between the kingdom that was and the kingdom that might have been, and the kingdom that exists now only in the traces it left, in the objects it abandoned, in the questions it created that persist still, that wait still, that invite us still to wonder, to question, to let ourselves be carried into the mystery that has no resolution, that needs no resolution, that is complete exactly as it is unknowable, beautiful, persistent, patient, waiting in museums and ruins and sealed chambers for people like us to find it, to witness it, to let it work its particular magic, which is not the magic of answering, but the magic of asking, not the magic of solving, but the magic of wondering, not the magic of knowing, but the magic of accepting that we cannot know, that we will never know, that the vanished kingdom will remain vanished, and its mysteries will remain mysterious. And that's not failure. That's not loss. That's exactly what these traces are for, to preserve the questions, to maintain the wonder, to keep alive the beautiful possibility that the past contains more than we can know, more than we can understand, more than we can fit into our comfortable categories and our familiar narratives and our reassuring certainties. The kingdom vanished. The mysteries remain. And tonight, together, we'll walk through what they left behind. Good night. Let's begin. Let the crown take you first. Let its impossible lightness, its unexplained glow, Its unreadable symbols carry you into the territory where all the other mysteries wait. Let yourself drift. Let the questions become the current that carries you toward sleep. Let the vanished kingdom show you what it wants to show you, not answers, but the beauty of questions that persist, that matter, that remain forever unanswered and forever worth asking. Close your eyes. Breathe slowly. Feel yourself beginning to drift. The journey begins. The mysteries wait. And you can rest now, carried by wonder, cradled by questions, descending gently into the place where the vanished kingdom exists most truly, most completely, most really, not in history books or museum cases, but in dreams, in imagination, in the territories between waking and sleeping, where all lost things might be found again, where all vanished kingdoms might exist still, where all mysteries might resolve themselves in the wordless knowing that sleep provides, that rest enables, that the gentle descent into unconsciousness makes possible. The crown glows faintly in its case. The kingdom waits in silence, and the mysteries, the beautiful, impossible, eternal mysteries remain patient and perfect in the darkness where you go now. Gently, peacefully, into wonder, into rest, into sleep. The vanished kingdom receives you. The mysteries embrace you. And the questions, they'll be here when you wake, if you want them. But for now, for tonight, they ask nothing of you except that you rest, that you drift, that you allow yourself to be carried into the gentle darkness where all vanished kingdoms wait, where all lost things persist, where mystery itself becomes not something to solve, but something to rest in, to be held by, to let carry you softly, gently, peacefully into sleep. Good night. Soft fade to silence. In 1847, beneath the streets of Vienna, workers were expanding the cellars of the imperial treasury when they broke through a wall that should not have existed. It is said that architecture follows plans, that buildings are constructed according to blueprints, that walls are placed where architects determine they should be placed, that the structure of edifices is known, is documented, is recorded in drawings that show every room, every corridor, every chamber that the building contains. But this wall appeared on no plan, existed in no blueprint, occupied space that all architectural records indicated should be solid earth, should be foundation stone, should be the bedrock upon which the treasury's weight rested, not emptiness, not chamber, not the hollow space that the workers' tools revealed when they broke through plaster and brick and found not more wall, but absence, not density, but void, not the expected resistance of packed earth, but the unexpected yielding of air, of space, of room that waited beyond the wall that should not have been there, that served no apparent purpose, that created chamber where no chamber should exist. The workers stopped, stood in the dust of broken plaster, stood looking at the darkness their tools had revealed, stood understanding that they had discovered something, though what they had discovered, what significance it held, what this hidden chamber meant, these were questions that would require others to answer, others to investigate, others to enter the darkness and discover what waited there in the space that architecture had forgotten, that plans had never acknowledged, that existed in the gap between what should be and what actually was. The foreman was summoned, examined the breach, confirmed that no records showed this chamber, that no plans indicated its presence, that they had stumbled upon something unintended, something hidden, something that had been sealed away so thoroughly that even its existence had been forgotten, had been lost, had dissolved from institutional memory, leaving only the physical reality of the chamber itself, waiting in darkness for the moment when tools would break through, when light would enter, when what had been sealed would be revealed again, after centuries of patient waiting in the hidden room that no one knew existed, that no one expected to find, that no one could explain. Lamps were brought. The opening was widened, and when the foreman climbed through the breach, when he entered the chamber beyond, when his lamp's light pushed back the darkness that had filled this space for longer than anyone could calculate, he found a room that was not storage, was not forgotten, was not the simple result of architectural oversight, but was something else, was something deliberate, was something that had been created with intention, with purpose, with the kind of care that suggests what it contained mattered, what it protected was precious, what it sealed away was too important to risk loss, too valuable to leave accessible, too sacred perhaps to allow casual discovery. The chamber was small, perhaps 12 feet square. The walls were smooth stone, not the rough foundation work you would expect in a cellar, but finished surfaces, carefully dressed, prepared with the attention that visible spaces receive rather than hidden ones, suggesting this room was not merely structural, but was ceremonial, was significant, was treated with respect that invisible architecture does not typically warrant. The floor was tiled, black and white marble arranged in geometric patterns that were complex, that showed mathematical sophistication, that created optical effects when lamplight moved across them, appearing to recede in some angles, to advance in others, to shift and transform according to how light struck them, how shadows fell across them, how the viewer's position relative to the patterns changed the patterns themselves, made them fluid, made them alive, made them something more than simple decoration, and suggested they were meaning, were message, were communication in the visual language of geometry, of proportion, of the relationships between dark and light that the tiling created with such precision, with such evident care, with such clear intention. In the center of the chamber, a throne, carved from single piece of black stone that might have been obsidian or might have been something else, some material that resembled volcanic glass, but which analysis later could not definitively identify, could not match to known stone types, could not locate in the catalogs of minerals and rocks that geologists maintained, suggesting it was either extremely rare or was something that should not exist, that did not fit into established categories, that occupied the space between known materials and impossible materials, between what Earth produces and what Earth should not produce, between the natural and the unnatural in ways that made categorization difficult, made identification uncertain, made the throne's substance as mysterious as its presence. And on the throne, a crown. The foreman approached slowly, his lamp raised, his breath creating small clouds in the cold air that filled this chamber that had been sealed for so long. That temperature had settled to the deep earth's constant chill, to the permanent cold that that exists beneath buildings, beneath streets, beneath the sun's influence in the territories where stone remembers only stone's own temperature, only the patient cold of depth. The crown glowed faintly. Not with its own light, the foreman was certain of this later, insisted that it did not luminesce, did not shine, did not produce illumination, but rather reflected it in ways that seemed impossible, that made lamplight appear to gather around it, to concentrate upon it, to treat the crown as something that deserved light's attention, that warranted light's focus, that made even lamplight behave differently, respectfully, as if acknowledging that what it illuminated was significant, was precious, was worthy of the particular quality of radiance that gathered around the crown and made it visible in the darkness, made it present in the shadows, made it the only thing the foreman could see despite the chamber containing throne and tiles and walls, all of which faded into periphery, into background, into the unimportant context that surrounded the crown, which demanded attention, which commanded focus, which made looking away difficult, made examining anything else seem wrong, made the crown become the only thing that mattered in the chamber that existed to contain it, to protect it, to keep it safe in darkness that preserved it, in secrecy that guarded it, in the hidden space where it had waited for centuries to be discovered, to be seen again, to be brought back into light. And human awareness, after its long, patient residence in the chamber beneath Vienna, where no plans showed it should be, where no records indicated it existed, where it waited nonetheless perfect and untouched, and glowing faintly in ways that lamplight should not allow, in ways that physics should not permit, in ways that made the foreman cert, though he could not explain his certainty, could not justify his immediate conviction, made him cert that this crown was important, was powerful, was something that should not have been hidden, but should have been worn, should have been displayed, should have marked some king's authority, some kingdom's sovereignty, some realm's legitimacy through the weight and beauty and evident craftsmanship that made this crown worthy of royalty, worthy of ceremony, worthy of the kind of reverence that crowns receive when they rest on heads of kings, rather than on seats of thrones in hidden chambers where no one sees them, where no one honors them, where they exist only as objects divorced from function, as symbols separated from what they symbolize, as crowns that crown nothing except absence, except the empty air above the throne where heads should be but are not, where kings should sit but do not, where sovereignty should manifest but remains unrealized in the chamber where the crown waited alone. The foreman lifted it. Expected weight crowns are heavy, are substantial, are made of gold and jewels and the dense materials that make them valuable, that make them worthy of the status they confer. But this crown was light, impossibly light, weighed almost nothing despite being clearly metal, clearly solid, clearly material object that should have mass, should have density, should have weight proportional to its size and substance, but which instead felt like holding air, like grasping shadow, like lifting something that existed more as idea than as object, more as symbol than as thing, more as meaning than as matter. He examined it in the lamplight. The metal was gold, or appeared to be gold, had gold's color, had gold's luster, had the warm yellow glow that gold catches in firelight, in lamplight, in any illumination that makes gold beautiful. That makes it precious. That makes it the metal of choice for crowns and rings, and all the objects that humans make to mark value, to indicate worth, to create beauty from substance that is rare, that is difficult to obtain, that is therefore worthy of being transformed into objects that matter, that signify, that carry meaning beyond their material nature. But the gold felt wrong, felt too light, felt too smooth, felt like it was not quite metal, or was metal that had been transformed into something else, into some state between solid and ethereal, between matter and energy, between the physical and the metaphysical in ways that made handling it unsettling, made touching it strange, made holding it feel like holding something that should not be held, that should not exist in forms that hands could grasp, that belonged in some other category than objects, than things, than the material possessions that fill the world, and which we understand through touching, through holding, through the weight and texture and density that make them real, that make them present, that make them confirmable through senses, that this crown somehow eluded, somehow transcended, somehow existed beyond despite being clearly visible, clearly present, clearly there in the foreman's hands, even though his hands insisted it was not quite there, was not quite solid, was not quite real in the ways that real things are real. The crown was set with jewels, hundreds of them, perhaps thousands the foreman could not count in the dim light, could not determine where one stone ended and another began, because they seemed to merge, seemed to flow into each other, seemed to create not individual gems, but continuous surface of refracted light, of captured color, of the beauty that precious stones create when they are cut precisely, when they are set carefully, when they are arranged by craftsmen who understand how facets interact, how light bends, how colors combine to create effects that are more than the sum of individual stones, that transcend the simple accumulation of gems and become art, become beauty, become the kind of craftsmanship that only masters achieve, that only the greatest jewelers can produce. That makes this crown evidence of sophisticated culture, of advanced artistry, of civilization that possessed both the technical skill and the aesthetic vision to create objects of such complexity, such beauty, such evident value. But no one recognized the symbols carved between the jewels. No one could read the script that ran around the crown's circumference, that marked it with what appeared to be writing, appeared to be language, appeared to be text that should communicate, that should identify, that should indicate whose crown this was, what kingdom it represented, what authority it conferred, but which instead remained illegible, remained mysterious, remained closed to interpretation, because the symbols matched no known alphabet, resembled no documented script, corresponded to no language that scholars could identify despite showing clear characteristics of writing, of systematic symbol use, of organized communication that followed rules, that showed grammar, that demonstrated the structure that actual languages possess, but which this language expressed through symbols that no one had seen before, that no reference could explain, that no expertise could decode. The crown was brought to the surface, was cleaned gently, carefully, with the respect that artifacts demand, that precious objects require, that things of evident value warrant. was examined by experts who confirmed what the foreman had sensed. This crown was extraordinary, was masterwork, was object of such quality that it should be famous, should be documented, should be traceable to some known tradition of crown making, some identifiable school of jewelers, some particular kingdom whose royal regalia this must have been. But no kingdom claimed it. No records mentioned it. No histories described anything resembling it. The symbols remained untranslated. The metal remained unidentified, was gold-like, but not quite gold. Was something else, or was gold that had been treated in ways that changed its properties, its density, its behavior in ways that metallurgy could not explain, that chemistry could not account for, that made the crown not just mysterious in its origins, but impossible in its substance, not just unknown in its kingdom, but unknowable in its materiality. And the crown showed no wear, no scratches on the metal, no chips in the stones, no signs that it had ever been handled, ever been worn, ever been placed on human head, and used for the purpose that crowns are made for marking sovereignty, conferring authority, making visible the power that kings possess, that kingdoms embody, that rule requires to be legitimate, to be recognized, to be accepted by subjects who need symbols, who need visible signs, who need crowns and scepters and thrones to make abstract authority concrete, to make invisible power visible, to make the idea of kingship into the reality of a king. But this crown had crowned nothing, had rested on no head, had conferred no authority except the authority of mystery, of beauty, of the questions it provoked in everyone who saw it, who examined it, who attempted to understand where it came from, who made it, why it was hidden in a chamber that no plans acknowledged, that no records explained, that existed in the architectural gaps, in the spaces between what should be and what is, in the territory where this crown belonged not to any known kingdom, but to the kingdom of unknowing, not to any documented history, but to the history of mysteries, not to the realm of answers, but to the realm of questions that persist, that multiply, that deepen the more they are investigated, until the crown becomes not object, but puzzle, not artifact, but enigma, not treasure, but test of how much uncertainty we can tolerate, how much unknowing we can accept, how comfortable we can become with mysteries that will not resolve, with questions that will not answer, with objects that exist but cannot be explained except to say, this crown was made, was hidden, was found, and remains impossible to place, impossible to explain, impossible to understand despite centuries of examination, despite generations of scholarship, despite all efforts to locate it in history, to assign it to kingdom, to determine whose head it should have crowned, but never did, whose authority it should have marked, but never marked, whose sovereignty it should have made visible, but which instead remained invisible, remained unknown, remained mysterious in the chamber beneath Vienna, where the crown waited for discovery, where it rested on its throne in darkness, where it existed as crown that wore no king, that crowned no head, that conferred no authority except the authority of beauty, of craft, of the mystery that it embodied then, and embodies still in the museum where it rests now, where visitors see it, where scholars study it, where it continues to glow faintly in light that it should not gather, continues to weigh nothing in hands that it should burden, continues to resist all attempts at explanation, at identification, at the categorization that we impose on objects to make them knowable, to make them understandable, to make them fit into the systems we use to organize the world, and which this crown refuses to fit into, refuses to be contained by, refuses to accept as adequate to its mystery, to its beauty, to its patient, ongoing insistence that some things exist beyond explanation. Some objects transcend understanding. Some crowns crown mysteries rather than kings. Some kingdoms leave only questions rather than answers. Some civilizations vanish so completely that only their most beautiful, most impossible objects remain to whisper. We were here. We created this. We left it for you to find and to wonder about and to never quite understand in the crown that wore no king. High in the Carpathian Mountains, where mist gathers in valleys like memory, pooling in the low places of the mind, shepherds have spoken for generations of a stone that appears only under the full moon. It is said that maps are permanent records, that cartographers document geography as it exists, that they commit to paper or parchment, or stone the actual arrangement of land and water, the real positions of mountains and rivers, the true locations of cities and roads, and all the features that make landscapes navigable, that make territories knowable, that allow travelers to move from here to there with confidence that the map reflects reality, that what it shows corresponds to what exists in the world it represents. But this map shows geography that exists nowhere on Earth. Rivers that flow through no valleys, mountains that rise in no ranges, cities positioned in territories that are ocean, that are desert, that are the empty spaces where no settlements stand, where no populations gather, where maps should show only blankness, only void, only the absence of human habitation, rather than the elaborate urban centers that this stone depicts with such care, such detail, such evident knowledge of places that should not exist, that cannot be found, that persist only in the carved surface of a boulder that appears shepherds, insist only when the moon is full, only when lunar light falls upon the plateau where the stone rests, only when conditions align to make visible what is normally invisible, what remains hidden except during those few nights each month when the moon reaches fullness and the stone reveals itself and the map it bears becomes briefly readable, briefly present, briefly available to anyone brave enough or foolish enough to climb to the plateau at night, to stand in moonlight, to examine what the stone shows during those hours when it chooses to show anything at all. The first documented expedition to seek the stone occurred in 1893. A cartographer named Elena Vasquez had heard the shepherd's stories, had dismissed them initially as folklore, as the kind of legend that accumulates around unusual rock formations, around natural features that capture local imagination and become invested with properties they do not possess, with significance they do not warrant, with mysteries that exist only in telling rather than in the actual places and objects that stories transform through repetition, through elaboration, through the gradual accretion of wonder that oral tradition creates when it encounters something slightly unusual and makes it extraordinary, makes it magical, makes it the subject of stories that persist across generations, not because they are true, but because they are worth telling. But the consistency of the reports troubled her. Different shepherds, different villages, different decades, all describing the same phenomenon. A stone that appeared under full moon, a surface covered with luminescent lichen that glowed in lunar light, a map that showed impossible geography with precision that suggested surveying, that indicated measurement, that testified to knowledge of territories that did not exist, but which the map depicted as thoroughly as any cartographer's work, as carefully as any geographic document, with the attention to detail that makes maps useful, that makes them trustworthy, that makes them evidence of actual knowledge about actual places rather than fantasy about imagined landscapes. So Alina organized an expedition, hired guides who knew the mountains, consulted with shepherds who claimed to have seen the stone, timed the journey to reach the plateau during the night of the full moon, when conditions would be optimal for observation, when the stone would reveal itself if it revealed itself, if the stories were true, if this was not elaborate hoax or collective delusion, or the kind of persistent error that communities sometimes maintain across generations, sometimes believe with such conviction that doubt becomes difficult, that skepticism feels like betrayal, that questioning the story means questioning the storytellers who are neighbors, who are family, who are people whose honesty in other matters gives weight to their testimony about this matter, even when this matter seems impossible, seems too strange to credit, seems like exactly the kind of tale that rational minds should dismiss, but which some quality of the telling, some consistency in the details, some accumulation of separate witnesses, all describing the same impossible thing, makes dismissal difficult, makes investigation necessary, makes the climb to the plateau during the full moon seem reasonable despite the absurdity, seem justified despite the improbability, seem like proper scientific inquiry despite addressing claims that science would typically reject without investigation. They reached the plateau as the moon rose, full and bright, casting shadows sharp enough to read by, creating illumination that was not daylight, but was more than darkness, was the peculiar half-world that full moons create when they shine unobstructed by clouds, when their light falls upon landscapes and makes them visible but strange, familiar but transformed, knowable but mysterious, in the way that moonlight makes everything mysterious, makes everything beautiful, makes ordinary places feel like thresholds between the world of day and some other world, some silver territory where different rules apply, where different things become possible, where stones might appear that remain invisible at other times, that exist fully only when the moon is full, and casts the particular quality of light that reveals them, that makes them present, that brings them from invisibility into visibility through mechanisms that Alina did not understand, but which she witnessed as the expedition's guides led them across the plateau toward an outcropping that had not been visible during their daytime reconnaissance, that appeared now in moonlight, that emerged from shadow into presence as they approached it, as their eyes adjusted, as the full moon's radiance fell upon surfaces that began impossibly, undeniably to glow. The stone was massive, perhaps 20 feet tall, irregular in shape, rising from the plateau like a monument, like a marker, like something deliberately placed rather than naturally occurring, though no evidence of quarrying, of transportation, of human intervention suggested it was anything except natural boulder, except geological accident, except the kind of erratic that glaciers deposit, that time reveals, that weather exposes when ice retreats and leaves behind rocks that seem to have no business being where they are, but which are nonetheless there, real, present, testifying to forces and movements that occurred long before human observation, long before anyone was present to document the processes that moved stones across landscapes and left them in positions that seem random, but which geology can explain, can account for, can make sense of through understanding of ice and time, and the slow, patient work of glaciation that rearranges surfaces, that relocates boulders, that creates the seemingly impossible placements that erratic rocks occupy. But this stone's placement seemed less random than deliberate, occupied a position that was visible from multiple approaches, could be seen from valleys on 3 sides, stood in location that made it landmark, made it marker, made it the kind of geographic feature that travelers would use for orientation, that would serve as meeting point, that would function as the center of some system of navigation or ceremony or meaning that required a fixed point, required a place that could be found, required a location that persisted across seasons and years and generations. As this stone had persisted, as this plateau had remained stable, as this position had stayed constant while everything else changed, while glaciers retreated and forests grew and human populations rose and fell, and the kingdoms that might have placed this stone, if it was placed, vanished, leaving only the stone itself, only the plateau, only the position that seemed meaningful, even though the meaning had been lost, had dissolved, had become one more mystery among the many mysteries that this stone presented. The surface glowed. Alina had expected this. The shepherd's stories had been consistent on this point. But expectation did not diminish astonishment. The glow was not bright, was not the kind of luminescence that would be visible in daylight. But in the darkness, under the moon, it was unmistakable. The lichen that covered portions of the stone's surface, not all of it, but significant areas, enough to create the impression of deliberate patterning, of intentional coverage. This lichen caught moonlight and transformed it, amplified it, made it visible as faint green radiance that outlined shapes, that highlighted contours, that made the stone's carved surface readable, where it would otherwise be merely rough rock, merely textured stone, merely the ordinary irregularity that all stones possess. But carved it was, unmistakably carved. The surface showed tool marks, showed deliberate shaping, showed the kind of careful work that transforms raw stone into meaningful surface, into communicative medium, into the substrate for messages that matter enough to warrant the enormous effort that stone carving requires. That makes the labor worthwhile. That justifies the time and skill and commitment that producing such work demands. And what the carving depicted was clear. A map. Unmistakably a map. Showed all the conventional elements. Mountains represented as triangular peaks. Rivers as winding lines. cities as circles or squares, roads as straight or curved connections between settlements, borders marked with different patterns, territories distinguished through texture variations, all the visual language that cartography has developed across centuries, across cultures, across the human need to represent spatial relationships in 2 dimensions, to make the 3-dimensional world comprehensible through drawings that show where things are relative to each other, that make navigation possible, that transform the overwhelming complexity of actual geography into simplified representations that minds can grasp, that travelers can use, that make the world knowable through maps that correspond to territory, that reflect reality, that show what actually exists in the places they depict. Except this map showed places that did not exist, showed geography that matched no known landscape, showed rivers that flowed through no valleys and mountains, that rose in no ranges and cities, that stood in no territories that Alina recognized, that her guides could identify, that corresponded to any actual geography in the Carpathians, or beyond them, in Europe or beyond it, anywhere on earth that any of them knew, that any reference they consulted could locate, that any comparison to actual maps could match. Alina spent hours examining the stone, making sketches by the light of the full moon and the lichen's glow, attempting to document what she was seeing, to record the impossible geography, to capture the map that showed no place that existed, but which was nonetheless detailed, was precise, was executed with the care and skill that actual maps receive when they are made by competent cartographers, when they document real places, when they serve the purpose of allowing navigation through territories that actually exist rather than territories that are fantasy, that are imagination, that are the kind of invented geography that fiction creates, that dreams produce, that should not appear on stone carved with evident expertise, with clear knowledge of cartographic conventions, with the kind of attention to detail that suggests the mapmaker knew these places, had been to these territories, had surveyed these mountains, and traced these rivers, and visited these cities, and documented their positions with the accuracy that field work produces, that direct observation enables, that makes maps reliable, that makes them trustworthy, that makes them evidence of actual knowledge about actual places, except these places did not exist, could not be found, remained impossible despite the map's evident authority, despite its clear precision, despite every indication that whoever carved this had knowledge of real geography, even though the geography they depicted was not real, was not findable, was not anywhere that Alina or her guides or anyone who later studied her drawings could locate. Some features on the map resembled actual geography. One river system looked similar to the Danube, had comparable length, comparable number of tributaries, comparable general shape. But the details were wrong. The mountains were in different positions. The cities were named with symbols that resembled, but did not match the names of actual settlements. And the river itself flowed in the wrong direction, emptied into a sea that existed in the wrong location, terminated in geography that was ocean on actual maps, but which this map showed as land, as coastline, as the border of a continent that did not exist in that position, that could not exist in that configuration, that violated everything that Alina knew about the actual arrangement of Europe's geography. Other sections of the map showed territories that resembled no existing place, even approximately. Vast mountain ranges in regions that are actually plains. Inland seas where actual maps show highlands. Cities positioned in the middle of what should be ocean. Islands in configurations that match no actual archipelago. The geography was coherent, made sense as geography, followed the rules that landscapes follow, showed mountains where geology would place them, and rivers flowing as rivers actually flow, and coastlines shaped as erosion actually shapes them. But the geography existed nowhere, was fantasy, was imagination, was the kind of invented landscape that map makers might create for fictional settings, but which should not appear on stone carved with such care, executed with such skill, preserved through such effort in the mountains, where this stone stood waiting for full moons to make it visible, waiting for lichen to glow, waiting for Alina to find it and document it and attempt to understand what it meant that someone had carved a map of nowhere onto stone and left it in the Carpathians for reasons that remained mysterious, for purposes that remained unknown, as monument to places that did not exist, or as testimony to geography that existed elsewhere, in some other configuration of the world, in some parallel arrangement of continents and oceans that this map depicted with precision that suggested knowledge, that indicated measurement, that testified to careful surveying of lands that Alina could not find, could not locate, could not visit because they existed nowhere that she could reach, nowhere that any traveler could go, nowhere except on the stone that glowed under moonlight in the mountains, where shepherds had been telling stories for generations about the map that appeared when the moon was full, the map that showed impossible places with undeniable skill, the map that remained one of the vanished kingdom's most beautiful and most frustrating mysteries. Alina returned to the plateau during subsequent full moons, made additional sketches, attempted to photograph the stone, but photographic emulsions of the era could not capture the lichen's glow, could not record what moonlight revealed, produced only images of rough stone that showed no detail, that preserved no evidence of the map that was clearly visible to eyes, but which remained invisible to the camera, which existed in the territory between objective and subjective, between what instruments can measure and what consciousness can perceive, between the documentable and the experienced, in the space where this map existed visible but unphotographable, present but unprovable, real but impossible to confirm through the methods that science demands, that scholarship requires, that would make this discovery credible to those who had not stood on the plateau under the full moon and seen for themselves what Alina saw, what the guides saw, what any observer sees when conditions align and the stone reveals its secret, its impossible geography, its map to nowhere. The lichen itself defied botanical classification. Samples that Alina collected during daylight when the stone was visible, but the lichen was not glowing. When it appeared as ordinary growth rather than as luminescent mystery, these samples showed characteristics that were unusual but not impossible, that suggested species that was rare but not unknown, that possessed properties that were remarkable but not magical. But under the full moon, under the conditions where the lichen glowed, the samples behaved differently, produced light that should not be possible from biological processes, generated luminescence that exceeded what bioluminescence typically creates, made light that was not quite natural and not quite artificial, but was something between, something that partook of both biological origins and inexplicable enhancement, something that suggested the lichen had been cultivated, had been encouraged, had perhaps been deliberately introduced to the stone's surface to create exactly this effect, to make the map visible under the full moon, to preserve the geography in form that would be revealed periodically, to create the conditions under which the vanished kingdom's cartography could be read, but only sometimes, only when the moon was full, only when viewers were present at the right time, in the right place, with the right conditions for the stone to show what it showed, for the map to emerge from invisibility, for the impossible geography to become briefly readable before the moon waned and the lichen's glow faded, and the stone returned to being merely stone, merely boulder, merely the geological feature that it appeared to be at all times, except those few nights each month when it became map, became document, became evidence of places that existed nowhere except in the carved stone that glowed in the Carpathian moonlight and showed Alina territories she could not find, geography she could not verify, a world that did not exist, but which someone had mapped with such care, such precision, such evident knowledge that the map itself became mystery, became question, became one more trace of the vanished kingdom that had knowledge of places that were not places, that possessed understanding of geography that was not geography, that left behind this stone, carved with their impossible cartography in the mountains where it waits still, where it glows still under full moons, where the map remains visible to anyone willing to climb to the plateau at the right time, to stand in the moonlight, to see what Alina saw: the luminescent geography, the glowing territories, the map that shows everywhere that is nowhere, that depicts with precision what cannot be found, that testifies with undeniable skill to the vanished kingdom's knowledge of lands that exist only on stone, only in moonlight, only in the impossible cartography that persists in the Carpathian Mountains, where maps are carved in stone and revealed by lichen that glows and shows geography that belongs to no earth, to no world that we can visit, to no territories except those that the vanished kingdom knew somehow, mapped somehow, preserved in the stone that waits for full moons to make it speak, to make it show its secret, to make it reveal the geography of nowhere that someone knew well enough to map, precisely enough to carve, carefully enough to preserve on stone that would outlast their civilization, that would persist after their kingdom vanished, that would continue showing their impossible geography to anyone who climbed the mountain under the full moon and looked at the stone that glows, that maps, that shows the territories that exist nowhere except here. On this stone, in this moonlight, in the luminescent, impossible geography that remains, that persists, that continues speaking in the visual language of cartography about places that we cannot find, lands that we cannot visit, geography that belongs only to the vanished kingdom and to the map they left behind, carved in stone, revealed by moonlight, glowing still in the Carpathian Mountains, in a lake surrounded by forests where no villages stand, where no roads lead, where the shores remain unmarked by human habitation. Fishermen report hearing bells. It is said that bells serve the living, that they mark time for communities, that they call the faithful to prayer, that they announce events that matter to people who gather, who worship, who organize their days according to the sounds that bells make when they ring in towers, in steeples, in the architectural heights, where bronze hangs waiting to be struck, to be set swinging, to produce the tones that carry across distances, that penetrate buildings, that reach into homes and fields, and all the spaces where people work and live and need to know what time it is, what moment has arrived, what the bells are announcing through their patient ringing that measures hours, that marks transitions, that creates the auditory architecture of community life. But these bells ring for no one, ring in water that should silence them, ring in the depths of a lake that holds no villages on its shores, no communities that would build bell towers, no populations that would need the timekeeping and ceremony calling that bells provide to settlements, to towns, to the gathered human life that makes bells necessary, that makes their ringing meaningful, that makes the sound they produce into signal rather than merely noise, into communication rather than simple vibration, into the cultural artifact that bells become when they serve purposes beyond their physical properties, when they mean something beyond the acoustic fact of metal struck and set resonating. The lake is remote, lies in mountains that maps show as unpopulated, that census records confirm as empty, that appear on charts as the kind of wilderness that European settlement never quite reached, never quite claimed, left as the blank spaces that survive on modern maps, not because the territory is unknown, but because it remains unused, unclaimed, unincorporated into the systems of property and governance that organize most land, that make most places belong to someone, that assign most geography to nations and municipalities, and the administrative categories that modernity imposes on space. But this lake belongs to no one, sits in territory that no country claims with sufficient conviction to mark it clearly, that borders treat as marginal, that exists in the uncertain zones where one nation's influence fades before another's begins, where jurisdiction becomes ambiguous, where the lake occupies space that is nominally part of several countries, but is practically part of none, is left to itself, is allowed to remain as it has been for centuries remote, unused, known primarily to fishermen who come seasonally, who set their nets in the cold waters, who hear the bells and tell stories about them, but who do not linger, who do not settle, who do not make homes on shores that feel unwelcoming despite offering no specific threat, that seem to discourage habitation through some quality that is not danger, but is not quite invitation either, is something between that makes fishermen visit, but not stay, fish, but not build, take from the lake's abundance, but not claim the lake itself as home. The first documented expedition to investigate the bells occurred in 1902. A team of divers, equipped with the primitive underwater breathing apparatus available at the time, descended into the lake, seeking to verify what fishermen had been reporting for generations, that bells rang from the depths, that the sound came from below, that somewhere in the cold dark water bronze was ringing, was producing tones that rose through the lake and reached the surface and could be heard by anyone present during the hours when the bells chose to ring, when the mysterious schedule they followed brought them to life, when whatever mechanism or magic or simple persistence of habit that made drowned bells ring caused them to ring despite being underwater, despite existing in conditions that should prevent ringing, that should silence bronze, that should make bells inert, inactive, incapable of producing the sounds that bells are made to produce when they hang in air and are struck and set swinging in the medium that allows proper resonance, proper tone, proper ringing rather than the muffled, dampened silence that water should impose. But the divers found bells, found them hanging, found them suspended in a structure that emerged from the lake bed like memory, emerging from depths, like the past rising into the present, like something that should be gone, proving itself persistent, proving itself present, proving itself real despite all reasons to doubt, despite all logic suggesting that what fishermen heard was echo, was imagination, was the kind of auditory illusion that loneliness creates, that isolation produces, that makes men hear things that are not there, because being alone in wild places makes the mind generate company, makes consciousness populate emptiness with sounds and presences that relieve the strain of solitude, that make isolation bearable through the comforting fiction that you are not quite alone, that something else is present even if that something is only bells heard from depths, only sounds rising from water, only the acoustic ghosts that lakes might hold, if lakes can hold anything beyond fish and water, and the cold silence of submerged places. But the bells were real. The divers confirmed it, touched them, measured them, counted them, 7 bells of varying sizes, hanging in what had once been a bell tower, a freestanding tower that rose from the lake floor, still remarkably intact, still showing the Gothic arches that characterized ecclesiastical architecture of certain periods, still bearing the carved decorations that made towers beautiful as well as functional, that made them monuments as well as utilities, that testified to the care that builders invested in structures meant to hold bells, meant to elevate them, meant to position them where their sound would carry, where their ringing would reach the communities they served. But this tower served no community, stood in water far from any shore, rose from lake bed in position that suggested it had been built where it stood rather than built on shore and later submerged, built in air and then drowned through rising water, built as normal tower and then claimed by the lake through processes that geology might explain, that flooding might account for, that would make the tower's presence here comprehensible as artifact of change, as evidence of landscape transformation, as testament to the fact that geography is not stable, that water levels rise and fall, that what is land can become lake when conditions change, when rainfall increases, when drainage patterns shift, when the slow, patient work of hydrological transformation remakes landscapes and drowns what was dry, submerges what stood in air, claims for water what belonged to land. But the tower's position suggested otherwise, suggested it had been built underwater. The foundation showed no evidence of having been exposed to air. The lower stones bore no water line, no marks of gradual submersion, no indication that the tower had experienced transition from one medium to another, but showed instead the characteristics of structure that had been built in water, built for water, built with the understanding that it would stand submerged, would exist in depths, would serve its function not in air, but in the lake that surrounded it, that filled it, that made it invisible from the surface, but which did not make it less real, less present, less carefully constructed than towers built in air to serve communities that gathered, that worshipped, that needed bells to ring in atmosphere rather than in water. The bells themselves gleamed, should not gleam. Bronze corrodes in water, turns green with verdigris, develops the patina that submersion creates when metal meets moisture and oxidation, begins the slow work of corrosion, of decay. of the transformation that returns worked metal to something resembling ore, that undoes what smelting accomplished, that makes bronze become again something like the copper and tin it was made from before human industry combined them, heated them, transformed them into alloy that is stronger than its components, more useful than its elements, capable of being cast into shapes that serve purposes like bells, like the 7 bells that hung in this underwater tower, gleaming as if new, as if recently cast, as if the 3,000 years or more that they had presumably been here had not affected them, had not corroded them, had not done what time and water should do to bronze, but which these bells resisted, which they refused, which they prevented through mechanisms that the divers could not explain, that metallurgy could not account for, that made the bells impossible in their preservation, mysterious in their persistence, beautiful in their refusal to corrode, to decay, to surrender to the processes that should claim all metal given sufficient time, sufficient water, sufficient opportunity for oxidation to work its patient transformation. The inscriptions on the bells were clear, carved into bronze that should be too degraded to read, but which remained crisp, remained legible, remained as precise as the day they were carved, though the day they were carved was unknown, was undatable, was lost in the chronological gaps where the vanished kingdom existed, where their artifacts appeared, where their traces survived to confuse scholars and challenge dating methods, and resist the categorization that would place them in time, in sequence, in the comfortable progression of periods and eras that we use to organize the past. The inscriptions resembled prayers, or appeared to be prayers, had the structure of prayers, invocations, supplications, the grammatical forms that petition uses when addressing powers, when asking favors, when speaking to entities that might grant requests if properly approached, properly addressed, properly honored through the correct words, spoken in the correct sequence, with the correct deference that prayer requires, that makes prayer effective, that transforms simple words into spiritual technology, into the tool that humans use to communicate with whatever lies beyond human, whatever responds to prayer, whatever hears when we speak into the silence, and hope that silence is not empty, is not void, is not the absence of everything, but is instead the presence of something that listens, that attends, that might answer if we ask correctly, if we pray properly, if we use the right words in the right way to address the powers that prayer addresses. But the language was unknown. The script was the same script that appeared on the crown, on the maps, on all the vanished kingdom's artifacts, resembling known writing systems, but matching none exactly, following rules that suggested grammar, but which grammar could not be determined, showing structure that indicated meaning, but which meaning remained closed, remained mysterious, remained forever inaccessible to scholars who could see that these were words, but could not read what the words said, could not translate what the prayers asked, could not determine what petitions these bells carried when they rang, what requests they made, what powers they addressed when their bronze tones rose through water and reached the surface, and could be heard by fishermen who reported that the bells rang still, rang periodically, rang according to schedule that was not daily, was not random, was something between occurring regularly but not predictably, following pattern that was not quite discernible, that suggested meaning without revealing meaning, that made the ringing feel purposeful without making the purpose clear. The divers reported that the bells did not ring while they were present, hung silent in the water, showed no mechanism for ringing. No clappers moved. No external force disturbed them. They hung as bells hang when they are not ringing still, silent, waiting for whatever impulse makes bells ring to arrive, to activate them, to set them swinging and striking and producing the tones that bells exist to produce. But fishermen insisted that the bells rang. Multiple witnesses across multiple generations, all reporting the same phenomenon bells heard from the lake, sound rising from depths, bronze tones carrying across water at times that varied, but which followed some pattern, some schedule that suggested the bells were being rung deliberately, were being activated intentionally, were serving some function that required periodic ringing, regular sound making, ongoing performance of whatever duty bells in underwater towers perform when they ring for communities that do not exist, when they call faithful who cannot come, when they mark time for populations that have vanished, leaving only their bells, only their tower, only the bronze that continues ringing in water that should silence it, in depths that should prevent it, in conditions that should make ringing impossible, but which somehow, inexplicably, allow the bells to function, to produce sound, to fulfill their purpose despite being submerged, despite being drowned, despite existing in the underwater tower where they should be silent, but where they ring still, or so fishermen claim, so witnesses report. So the testimony accumulates across centuries, suggesting that something about these bells permits them to ring, allows them to sound, makes them capable of producing tones underwater that should only be producible in air. One theory proposed that the bells rang through resonance, that they did not move, did not swing, did not strike in the conventional sense, but vibrated in response to forces, that the lake itself transmitted seismic activity perhaps, or pressure changes, or the acoustic environment that water creates when it moves, when currents flow, when temperatures shift and create convection that might transfer energy, that might make bronze vibrate, that might produce the tones that fishermen heard not through conventional ringing, but through unconventional resonance, through the bells responding to forces that used them as instruments, that made them produce sound without requiring the mechanical striking that bells normally need, that transformed them from devices that must be actively rung into passive resonators that sound when conditions align, when forces converge, when the underwater environment does what it does, and the bells respond by ringing, by producing tones, by making the sounds that reach the surface and prove that bells can ring in water if the bells are right, if the conditions are right, if the forces that make resonance possible are present and active and interacting with bronze that was cast specifically to resonate, that was tuned specifically to respond, that was made by the vanished kingdom to ring in water, to sound in depths, to produce tones that would rise through lakes and be heard by whoever listened, whoever was present, whoever needed to hear bells that rang for no community, that called no faithful, that marked time for populations that had vanished, but which continued their ringing nonetheless, continued their function nonetheless, continued performing their duty in the underwater tower, where 7 bells hung gleaming, preserved perfectly, inscribed with prayers that could not be read, but which were clearly prayers, clearly petitions, clearly the words that bells carry when they ring, when they sound, when they make their bronze voices heard in the lake where fishermen listen, where bells ring still, where the vanished kingdom left their tower standing, their bells hanging, their prayers inscribed on bronze that will not corrode, that refuses to decay, that remains perfect in its preservation, mysterious in its function, impossible in its persistence, as the bells that ring beneath the lake, that sound in depths, that rise through water to be heard still, to ring still, to continue their patient calling in the underwater tower where bronze hangs and waits and rings when the time comes, when the conditions align, when whatever force makes underwater bells ring activates them, sets them resonating, makes them produce the tones that fishermen hear, that witnesses report, that persist in testimony across generations, as proof that bells can ring in water, that bronze can sound in depths, that the vanished kingdom's tower stands still beneath the lake, that their bells hang still in the tower, that their prayers sound still when bells ring, when tones rise, when bronze voices carry across water in the lake where the vanished kingdom drowned their tower, or built their tower already drowned, already submerged, already positioned in depths to serve purposes that towers in air could not serve, that bells on land could not fulfill, that required underwater placement, required submerged ringing, required the bells to hang where water would surround them, where depth would hide them, where they would be invisible from surface, but audible from surface when they rang, when they sounded, when they fulfilled their function in the lake where bells ring still, where bronze sounds still, where the tower stands still beneath the water, in a cemetery overgrown with thorns, where paths have disappeared beneath the persistent advance of brambles, where headstones lean at angles that time and roots have imposed. Every grave is small. It is said that graveyards tell stories, that the dead speak through the markers we erect for them, through the dates we carve, through the epitaphs we compose to preserve memory, to honor lives, to mark the past passage from being to having been in the permanent record that stone provides when we commit names and dates and final words to surfaces that will outlast memory, that will persist after everyone who knew the deceased has also died, that will maintain the record when living memory fails, when the last person who remembers dies and takes their memories with them, and only the stone remains to testify. This person lived, mattered enough to be buried, to be marked, to have their name preserved in the granite or marble that we use to mark graves, because these materials last, because they resist weathering, because they maintain their inscriptions across decades, across centuries, across the slow, patient erosion that claims all things eventually, but which takes longer with stone than with flesh, longer with carved markers than with living memory. But this cemetery told a story that made no sense. Every marker was child-sized. Every grave was small. Every plot measured the length and width that children require, that small bodies need, that young dead occupy when they are buried in the earth that receives them, that holds them, that keeps them in the sleep that death imposes, the silence that mortality enforces, the stillness that ends all motion, all growth, all the forward momentum of lives that should continue, but which instead stop, which instead terminate in graves that are small because the lives they hold were short, were cut off, were ended before reaching the size that adults reach, the age that maturity represents, the completion that long life achieves. But the dates on the markers suggested catastrophe, showed children dying within the span of a single month. Dozens of them, hundreds perhaps. The cemetery was extensive, was larger than the visible portion suggested, extended into the thorns and brambles that had claimed most of it, that hid most markers, that made counting difficult, made accurate assessment impossible, without clearing the growth that had overtaken the site, that had reclaimed what humans had briefly claimed from the forest, that had returned the cemetery to something like wilderness, though wilderness disturbed by graves, wilderness interrupted by markers, wilderness that was not quite natural because it covered human construction, human grief, human memorial that persisted beneath the thorns, even when the thorns made the memorial invisible, made it inaccessible, made it the kind of forgotten place that forests reclaim when no one tends them, when no one maintains them, when the communities that created them vanish and leave their cemeteries to time, to weather, to the patient reclamation that vegetation performs when humans stop clearing, stop weeding, stop maintaining the boundaries between cultivated and wild. A genealogist discovered the cemetery in 1876, was searching for family records in the region, was following leads that brought her to this forest, to this forgotten corner of territory that maps showed as empty, that local people mentioned only vaguely, that seemed to exist in the spaces between documented places, between known locations, in the gaps that every landscape contains the areas that are not quite anywhere, that belong to no particular jurisdiction, that fall between the cracks of administrative geography and become the forgotten places, the overlooked corners, the territories that exist but are not really present in human consciousness, in collective awareness, in the mental maps that we carry of regions we think we know. But this cemetery was present, was real, was undeniably there when she pushed through the thorns and found the first markers, small stones carved with names, with dates, with the brief, sad records of children who died young, who were buried here, who should have been mourned, should have been remembered, should have been part of family histories that preserved their names, their stories, their brief passages through life, even when those passages ended too soon, even when death claimed them before they reached adulthood, before they could leave the kind of mark that long lives leave, before they could do anything except be children who died and were buried and were marked with stones that testified to their existence, that preserved their names, that kept record of when they lived and when they died, and how short the span was between birth and death, between arrival and departure, between the beginning that every life is and the ending that every death represents. The genealogist, her name was Margaret Ashford. She was 4 to 7 years old. She had spent 2 decades researching family histories for clients. And for her own interest, Margaret cleared the thorns, worked for days, used tools she brought from the nearest village, cut back the growth obscured the markers, revealed the full extent of the cemetery, which was larger than she had initially realized, which contained more graves than seemed possible for what should have been a small local burial ground, which suggested population that the region had no record of density of settlement, that made no sense given how remote this location was, how far from any documented town or village, or the kind of gathered human life that produces cemeteries of this scale. And as she worked, as she cleared, as she revealed marker after marker, the pattern became clear. The pattern became undeniable. The pattern became the mystery that would consume the rest of her research, that would dominate the rest of her career, that would remain unsolved despite her best efforts, despite years of investigation, despite consulting every archive and record and historical document she could locate. Every grave was a child's grave. Every marker bore dates suggesting death between ages 3 and 7. Every stone showed death occurring within the same month, October 1347. The dates said, though 1347 seemed impossibly early for such clearly carved markers, seemed to predate the kind of stoneworking these graves displayed, seemed to place the cemetery in a time when this region was supposedly unpopulated, was supposedly wilderness, was supposedly empty of the settlement that would require a cemetery, that would produce the dead who needed burial, that would create the graves that filled this forest clearing with child-sized plots, with small markers, with the accumulated evidence of catastrophe that claimed dozens or hundreds of children in the span of 30 days, and left them here, left them buried, left them marked with stones that preserved their names in script that was familiar enough to be readable, strange enough to be foreign, carved in letters that resembled known alphabets, but which were not quite any documented writing system, which were the vanished kingdom's script again, appearing here as it appeared on the crown and the maps and the bells, marking these graves as theirs, claiming these dead as their dead, making this cemetery their cemetery, even though no other evidence of their presence existed in this region, even though no ruins suggested they built here, even though nothing except these graves indicated they occupied this forest, lived in this territory, created the settlement that would produce children, that would bury children, that would mark children's graves with stones carved in their language, in their script, in the writing system that no one could read, but which everyone could recognize as writing, as language, as the intentional symbolic communication that the vanished kingdom used, and which appeared here on graves, on markers, on stones that testified to children who died in October 1347 and were buried in this forest, and were left here when the kingdom vanished, when the settlement disappeared, when everything else about their presence dissolved, leaving only the cemetery, only the graves, only the markers that preserved names that could not be read, dates that could not be verified, the sad record of catastrophe that could not be explained. But the graves were empty. This discovery came years later, came when Margaret convinced authorities to allow excavation, came when archaeologists opened the graves, expecting to find what graves should contain bodies, skeletons, the physical remains of the children whose markers stood above, whose names were carved in stone, whose deaths were recorded with such care, with such precision, with such evident grief that the markers testified to genuine loss, to real mourning, to the authentic sorrow that parents feel when children die, that communities experience when catastrophe claims the young, that makes graves necessary, makes burial important, makes memorial essential as the human response to death, to loss, to the ending of lives that should have continued, that should have reached adulthood, that should have become the future that children represent, but which instead became the past that graves mark, that stones preserve, that cemeteries hold in the earth that receives all bodies eventually, that claims all flesh ultimately, that keeps the dead in the sleep that has no waking, the silence that has no speech, the stillness that has no motion. But the graves were empty, held no bodies, contained no bones, showed no evidence that anything had ever been buried here except soil, except earth, except the same material that surrounded the graves, that filled the region, that was ordinary ground undisturbed by decay, unmarked by the chemical traces that bodies leave when they decompose, when flesh returns to elements, when the organic becomes inorganic through the patient work of decomposition that claims all corpses, that makes all bodies eventually become the soil they are buried in, that transforms what was alive into what is earth through processes that leave signatures, that create evidence, that make the ground where bodies are buried different from ground where no bodies rest. But this ground showed no difference, was uniform, was ordinary, was soil that had never held bodies, that had never received the dead, that had never served as grave in the functional sense, despite being surrounded by markers that said graves were here, despite stones that recorded names and dates, and the brief spans that suggested children buried beneath, despite all the apparatus of cemetery, of burial ground, of the place where the dead are kept, none of which corresponded to reality, none of which matched what excavation revealed, none of which proved true when the earth was actually opened and shown to contain nothing except earth, nothing except soil, nothing except the empty graves that had been dug and marked and mourned over, but which had never received bodies, had never held children, had never actually buried anyone despite being unmistakably graves, despite being precisely the size and shape and depth that graves should be, despite being positioned exactly as graves are positioned in cemeteries where the dead are actually interred rather than merely commemorated, where bodies actually rest rather than merely being remembered. The implications were staggering. Either the graves had been dug as memorials for children buried elsewhere, but where? Why mark empty graves here while burying actual bodies somewhere else? What purpose would such arrangement serve? What tradition would it follow? What belief would it express to separate memorial from burial, marker from body, grave from corpse in ways that made no sense according to any documented funerary practice, any known burial custom, any recorded way of treating the dead that humans have developed across cultures, across religions, across the varied approaches to mortality that different societies create. Or the children had never died, had never been buried, had never existed except as names on stones, as dates carved in markers, as the recorded losses that the cemetery preserved, but which had no corresponding bodies no actual deaths, no real children who lived briefly and died young and were mourned and buried here, were instead something else, were symbolic perhaps, were metaphorical, were the kind of memorial that commemorates losses that are not physical, deaths that are not biological, endings that are not mortality in the conventional sense, but are some other kind of ending, some other kind of loss that this civilization chose to mark with graves, chose to memorialize with stones, chose to preserve in cemetery form, even though what they were preserving was not bodies, was not physical remains, was not the corpses that graves typically hold, or something else had happened, something that removed the bodies, something that took them from graves that had originally held them, that had originally served as actual burial sites, that had originally contained the children whose names were carved on markers, but which had later been emptied, had been excavated, had been cleared of their contents through processes that left no trace, through removal that was so complete that even the chemical signatures of decay were erased. Even the subtle alterations that bodies make to soil were eliminated. Even the evidence that anything organic had ever been here was removed, leaving the graves empty, leaving the markers standing, leaving the cemetery present, but stripped of its purpose, its contents, its reason for being except as monument to loss that had been so completed, extended to the bodies themselves, that claimed not just lives, but remains, that took not just children, but even the bones they should have left behind, that made the loss so total that not even graves could hold evidence of it, could preserve traces of it, could keep any physical testament to the children who died if they died, if they existed, if they were ever anything more than names carved by a kingdom that marked losses in forms we cannot understand, that commemorated absences through graveyards that hold nothing, that preserved memory through markers that have nothing beneath them except empty earth, empty graves, the empty plots that suggest the vanished kingdom's children, vanished so completely that even burial could not hold them, even graves could not keep them, even the earth itself could not retain them when they were taken by whatever took them, when they were claimed by whatever claimed them, when they disappeared into whatever disappearance means, for a civilization that left children's graves with no children, markers with no bodies, cemetery with no dead except the symbolic dead, the commemorated dead, the remembered dead who might never have existed or who existed and were buried but were later removed, were later taken, were later made so absent that even the graves meant to hold them became empty, became void, became the mysterious testimony to loss that was absolute, that was complete, that extended to the physical remains that should persist after death, that should survive mortality. That should be what graves contain when we open them, when we excavate them, when we seek to verify the dead who should be there, but who are not there, who are gone, who left nothing except the stones that mark them, the names that identify them, the dates that record them in the cemetery where every grave is empty, where every plot holds nothing, where the vanished kingdom buried their children, or pretended to bury their children, or mourned children, who were never buried or lost children so completely that even buried bodies could not remain, could not stay, could not rest in graves that should hold them, but which hold only earth, only emptiness, only the absence that makes this cemetery the mystery that Margaret spent years investigating, that archaeologists studied without solving, that remains unexplained still the graves with no bodies, the markers with no dead, the cemetery that commemorates children who might never have existed or who existed and vanished so completely that even their bones could not remain, even their graves could not hold them, even the earth could not keep them when they went wherever the vanished kingdom's children went, when they were taken wherever the vanished kingdom's children were taken, when they disappeared so completely that only empty graves remain to testify. Children were here, or children were mourned here, or children were memorialized here, even though they were never buried here, even though the graves hold nothing, even though the cemetery that should contain their bodies contains only stones, only markers, only the names carved in script that cannot be read, but which clearly name, clearly identify, clearly preserve the memory of children who are gone so completely that even graves cannot hold evidence of them, cannot keep proof of them, cannot retain any trace except the markers themselves, the names themselves, the dates themselves carved in stone in the forest where the cemetery waits, where thorns reclaim, where empty graves mark losses that were so complete they extended to the bodies, to the remains, to the physical traces that should persist, but which are gone, are absent, are nowhere in the graves that should contain them, in the cemetery that should hold them, in the earth that should keep them, but which keeps only the mystery of children's graves that hold no children, of markers that name the absent, of the cemetery where every grave is empty, where every stone stands over nothing, where the vanished kingdom left their most haunting memorial, the graves of children who might never have died or who died and were buried and were later taken, later removed, later made so absent that even the earth forgot them. Even the graves could not hold them. Even the cemetery that should preserve them preserves only their absence, only their names, only the stones that mark where they should rest, but do not rest, where they should be buried, but are not buried, where the vanished kingdom placed markers for children who are not there, who are nowhere, who left only their names carved in stone in the cemetery, where graves are empty, where children are absent, where the mystery persists of the dead who left no bodies, of the buried who were not buried, of the children who are gone so completely that even their graves cannot prove they existed, cannot demonstrate they lived, cannot preserve them in the earth that should receive all dead, but which received no dead here, which holds no dead here, which keeps only emptiness in the children's graves that hold no children, deep within ruins that appear on no historical map, that exist in territories marked blank on modern charts. Explorers in 1889 discovered a throne room whose orientation violated every tradition of sacred architecture. It is said that thrones face east, that seats of power are positioned to receive the rising sun, to align with the sacred direction, to orient themselves toward the place where light emerges from darkness, where day overcomes night, where the sun, symbol of divine authority, of cosmic order, of the power that illuminates and makes visible where the sun rises and casts its first rays upon the throne, upon the king, upon the seat of sovereignty that should face toward light, toward dawn, toward toward the direction that almost all cultures have marked as sacred, as auspicious, as the proper orientation for power, for rule, for the exercise of authority that claims divine sanction, celestial approval, alignment with the fundamental order that sunrise represents. But this throne faced north, turned its back to sunrise, positioned itself toward the direction that traditions mark as cold, as dark, as the place where sun never goes, where warmth never reaches, where the pole star hangs unchanging, while all other stars wheel around it, where magnetic north pulls compasses, where the Earth's axis points toward the celestial regions that remain constant, while everything else rotates, while seasons change, while the sun traces its daily arc from east to west, leaving north untouched, unlit, the direction of permanence rather than change, of stillness rather than motion, of the fixed point rather than the moving light. The archaeologist who discovered the throne room, his name was Victor Anderson. He was Swedish. He had spent 15 years excavating sites across Europe and Asia. Victor stood in the chamber for long minutes trying to understand what he was seeing, trying to reconcile the evident care with which this room had been constructed with the apparent violation of every principle he knew about how power structures its space, how sovereignty orients itself, how thrones are positioned to make architectural statements about authority, about legitimacy, about the cosmic alignments that make rule seem natural, seem ordained, seem like the inevitable expression of divine, will rather than merely human ambition. The chamber itself was magnificent. Walls of polished stone, not rough-cut blocks, but finished surfaces that reflected lamplight, that created the sense of being inside something precious, something jewel-like, something that was not merely functional space, but was aesthetic achievement, was architecture as art, as the transformation of utilitarian necessity into beauty that testified to the sophistication of whoever built this, to their technical mastery, to their understanding that power expresses itself not just through force, but through the creation of spaces that overwhelm, that impress, that make authority visible through scale and craft. And the careful application of resources to the production of environments that speak without words, that communicate through their very existence the message. Whoever built this possessed power, possessed resources, possessed the capacity to command labor and materials and expertise sufficient to create not just shelter, but splendor. Not just rooms, but architectural statements about who they were, what they valued, what they wanted visitors to understand about their civilization, their sovereignty, their place in the cosmic order. The ceiling was vaulted, rose to heights that made voices echo, that created acoustic properties suggesting the room was designed for ceremony, for public gatherings, for the kind of events that require space capable of holding crowds, capable of allowing many people to witness simultaneously whatever occurred here, coronations perhaps, or judgments, or the rituals through which power legitimates itself, makes itself visible, makes itself real to subjects who need to see authority enacted, need to witness sovereignty performed, need the tangible evidence that throne rooms provide when they host the ceremonies that make abstract concepts like kingship into concrete realities, like a person sitting on a throne, wearing a crown, exercising the power that institutions claim, but which only becomes real when someone actually occupies the seat, actually wears the regalia, actually performs the role that sovereignty requires. But the throne faced north. This fact dominated everything, made all the chamber's magnificence strange, made all its evident sophistication mysterious, made Victor question whether he understood anything about this civilization, whether the assumptions he brought from studying other cultures had any validity here, whether the rules that governed sacred architecture elsewhere applied at all to a kingdom that would build a throne room facing north, that would position their seat of power toward the cold, dark direction, toward the place where sun never shines, toward the orientation that tradition marks as inauspicious, as improper, as fundamentally wrong for the exercise of authority that claims celestial sanction, that aligns itself with cosmic order, that makes power seem natural by making it seem to follow the same patterns that heaven follows, that the sun follows, that the fundamental architecture of the universe follows. The throne itself was carved from black stone, obsidian perhaps, or the same mysterious material that the crown's chamber throne was made from volcanic glass, or something resembling volcanic glass, but with properties that volcanic glass should not possess, with characteristics that made it simultaneously familiar and foreign, recognizable and impossible, clearly stone, but stone that behaved strangely, that reflected light in ways that stone should not reflect it, that seemed to absorb and release illumination according to patterns that physics could not explain, that made the throne present, but also somehow absent, visible, but also somehow intangible, clearly there, but also somehow existing partially in some other state, some other condition, some realm between solid and incorporeal that made approaching it feel like approaching threshold, like coming to border between states of being, between the material and the immaterial, between what is and what might be. The throne's back was inscribed with star charts. Victor recognized them, immediately had studied enough astronomical texts, had examined enough ancient sky maps, had developed sufficient familiarity with how different cultures represented celestial phenomena that he could identify star charts when he saw them, even when the specific constellations were unfamiliar, even when the patterns depicted did not match any sky he knew, even when the stars' positions corresponded to no view visible from Earth's surface at any latitude, during any season, at any point in the procession of equinoxes that slowly shifts the sky's appearance across the 26,000-year cycle that astronomers track, that makes constellations change positions gradually. That means the stars we see are not the stars our ancestors saw, and will not be the stars our descendants will see, because the earth wobbles as it spins, and the wobble changes our perspective and makes the heavens appear to rotate around us, even though we are the ones rotating. We are the ones changing position. We are the ones moving through space, while the stars remain where they are, remain fixed in their actual positions, while appearing to shift from our perspective, from our changing viewpoint, from our slow rotation through the ages. But these star charts showed sky that did not match Earth's sky at any latitude, during any era, from any perspective that this planet provides. showed constellations that were not Earth's constellations, showed stars in positions that were not Earth's stars' positions, showed celestial architecture that belonged to some other world, some other planet, some other viewing position entirely, or showed Earth's sky as it appeared from somewhere else, from some location that was not on Earth's surface, from some vantage point that this planet does not offer to observers standing on its ground, looking up at its heavens, seeing the stars that wheel above this world. Or the charts were fiction, were imagination, were invented cosmology that the vanished kingdom created not through observation, but through conception, not through looking at actual sky, but through conceiving of possible sky, through designing celestial architecture that served their purposes, that aligned with their beliefs, that expressed their understanding of how heavens should be arranged rather than how heavens actually were arranged, making the thrones star charts not maps, but aspirations, not documents, but designs, not representations, but proposals for how the cosmos should organize itself, how the stars should position themselves, how the universe should structure its visible order. The throne faced north toward something, toward some destination, some location, some feature of the landscape, or the sky, or the cosmic order that made north the proper direction, that made the cold, dark quarter the correct orientation, that made facing away from sunrise the appropriate position for power, for sovereignty, for the exercise of authority that this throne represented, that this chamber housed, that this civilization understood differently than other civilizations understood it, that they aligned differently than others aligned it, that they connected to different cosmic patterns than the solar patterns that most cultures use to orient their thrones, their temples, their sacred spaces. Victor attempted to determine what the throne faced, stood behind it, looking north, examined maps to see what lay in that direction from this location, assuming the throne's orientation was geographic rather than symbolic, assuming north meant actual north rather than some metaphorical north, assuming the alignment was to actual landscape rather than to conceptual territory, to imagined geography, to the kind of symbolic direction that need not correspond to any actual place, but which which represents idea, represents principle, represents the conceptual north that might have meaning independent of where magnetic poles point, where compasses lead, where the actual cardinal direction lies. North from this location was mountains, cold highlands, the territories where few people lived, where climate was harsh, where the earth showed its bones through thin soil, where rock dominated and vegetation struggled, and human habitation was sparse, was difficult, was the kind of marginal existence that makes people hard, makes communities resilient, makes cultures that develop in these conditions different from cultures that develop in easier lands, in temperate zones, in the places where agriculture flourishes and populations grow and civilizations become complex through the abundance that mild climate permits, that good soil enables, that regular rainfall creates. But the mountains held no obvious significance, no prominent peak aligned with the throne's orientation. No geographical feature marked the direction as special, as meaningful, as worthy of the throne facing toward it rather than toward sunrise, toward the sacred east, toward the direction that tradition dictated power should face when power claimed cosmic legitimacy, celestial approval, alignment with the fundamental order that sun represented, that dawn embodied, that east symbolized in almost every culture that Victor had studied, in almost every throne room he had excavated, in almost every seat of power that previous civilizations had created. Unless the throne faced toward the pole star, toward Polaris, toward the celestial north that remained fixed while everything else rotated, that marked the axis around which the heavens turned, that pointed toward the cosmic pole, the celestial pivot, the point in the sky that did not move, that did not change, that persisted constant, while all other stars wheeled around it, while seasons shifted, while the sun traced its annual path through the zodiac and made time visible through its motion, made change apparent through its movement, made impermanence obvious through its constant alteration of position, while the pole star, while Polaris remained fixed, remained constant, remained the one celestial object that did not participate in the universal motion, that that stood still while everything else moved, that marked the center, the axis, the point of permanence in the sky that changed, the fixed reality in the heaven that rotated. Perhaps this civilization valued permanence over change, valued stillness over motion, valued the unchanging pole over the moving sun, valued the constancy that Polaris represented over the dynamism that solar cycles embodied, valued being centered, being axial, being the still point around which everything else revolved, rather than being part of the revolution, part of the motion, part of the change that characterized everything except the pole, everything except the axis, everything except the throne that faced north toward the celestial pivot, and perhaps claimed to be that pivot's earthly equivalent, that axis's terrestrial correspondent, that center's material manifestation, the throne, as pole star, made physical, made architectural, made into seat of power that derived its authority not from alignment with solar motion, but from alignment with cosmic stillness, not from participating in celestial change, but from embodying celestial constancy, not from moving with the sun, but from being the fixed point that the sun moved around, that everything moved around, that remained constant while all else rotated in the great wheel of time that turned everything except the pole, except the axis, except the throne that faced north and claimed perhaps to be the center, to be the still point, to be the pivot around which the kingdom turned, around which power organized itself, around which authority found its legitimacy, not through changing with the times, but through remaining constant across the times, through being the fixed point that persisted while everything else kingdoms, rulers, populations, cultures, while everything else rose and fell and changed and transformed, while the throne remained, while the direction remained, while the north persisted as the orientation of power that understood itself as axis, as pole, as the still point in the turning world. Victor spent weeks in the throne room, mapping its dimensions, documenting its features, attempting to understand the cosmology it embodied, the worldview it expressed, the understanding of power and cosmos, and the relationship between them that facing north represented, that the star charts confirmed, that the entire chamber testified to through its careful construction, its evident significance, its clear status as important space, as sacred architecture, as the room where power sat and faced not toward sunrise, but toward the celestial pole, toward the cosmic axis, toward the direction that represented not change, but constancy, not motion, but stillness, not the dynamic solar principle, but the static stellar principle, not time flowing, but time centered, not history unfolding, but eternity persisting in the throne room that faced wrong direction, according to every tradition Victor knew, but which perhaps faced exactly the right direction according to traditions he did not know, according to the cosmology he had not studied, according to the vanished kingdom's understanding of how thrones should orient themselves when thrones claim to be the earthly pole, the terrestrial axis, the material manifestation of the cosmic center around which everything rotates, everything turns, everything moves, while the throne remains still, remains constant, remains forever facing north toward the pole star, toward the celestial pivot, toward the fixed point in the turning sky that this civilization apparently valued more than the rising sun, that they aligned with more thoroughly than they aligned with dawn, that they made the orientation of their power, because power for them was not about moving with time, but about being the center that time moved around, about being the axis that remained constant while everything else changed, about being the pole that persisted while everything else rotated in the throne room that faced north, that oriented itself toward stillness rather than motion, toward constancy rather than change, toward the direction that was wrong according to almost every other culture, but which was apparently right for the vanished kingdom, for their understanding of sovereignty, for their cosmology that valued the pole over the sun, the axis over the dawn, the still point over the moving light in the chamber where the throne sits still, where the orientation persists, where the wrong direction remains exactly right for a civilization that understood power differently, that aligned authority differently, that made their throne face north toward the pole star, toward the cosmic axis, toward the celestial center in the throne room that faces the wrong direction, that violates tradition, that breaks the rules that other cultures follow, but which apparently followed different rules, different principles, different understanding of how power should orient itself when power claims not to move with time, but to be the center that time moves around, the axis that time rotates around, the pole that time cannot move, cannot change, cannot shift from its position facing north in the throne room where the vanished kingdom sat, where their authority centered itself, where their power found its fixed point in the direction that was wrong for everyone else, but apparently right for them, apparently correct for their cosmology, apparently proper for the throne that faced north, that oriented itself toward the pole, that aligned itself with the celestial axis in the chamber that Victor found, that he documented, that he left still facing north, still oriented toward the wrong direction that was somehow right, still pointing toward the pole star, still claiming its position as earthly axis, as terrestrial center, as the fixed point in the turning kingdom, in the throne room that faces the wrong direction, that breaks tradition, that violates expectation, that remains forever oriented north toward the pole, toward the axis, toward the still point in the turning world where the vanished kingdom's throne sits, facing the wrong direction. That was perhaps the only right direction for a civilization that valued constancy over change, stillness over motion, the pole over the sun, in castle ruins claimed by forest, where walls crumble and roofs have fallen, where time has reduced grandeur to suggestion, a hall of mirrors remains intact. It is said that mirrors are fragile, that glass breaks easily, that reflective surfaces crack under stress, that the delicate silvering that makes mirrors reflective deteriorates with exposure to moisture, to air, to time's patient corrosion that claims all things eventually, but which claims mirrors quickly, makes them lose their reflectivity, makes them become merely glass, merely transparent surfaces that light passes through rather than surfaces that light bounces from. That makes images visible. That creates the doubling that mirrors produce when they function properly, when they preserve their silvering, when they maintain the metal coating that transforms transparent glass into reflective surface, into the tool that shows us ourselves, that makes self visible, that creates the strange experience of seeing our own faces, our own bodies, our own forms from outside as others see them, rather than from inside as we experience them. But these mirrors survived, remained intact despite the castle collapsing around them, despite weather that destroyed stone, despite centuries that reduced walls to rubble and turned roofs to memory, and made the fortress into ruin. Through all this, the mirrors persisted, hung in their frames, maintained their positions on walls that leaned, but did not fall, that cracked, but did not crumble, that remained standing just enough to hold the mirrors, to keep them vertical, to preserve them in the hall that was otherwise destroyed, otherwise claimed by time, otherwise reduced to the fragmentary state that makes ruins ruins rather than buildings, that makes the past visible through its partial preservation, through the way it persists incompletely, through the architecture that remains standing just enough to suggest what was without being what was, being instead the memory of what was, the ghost of what was, the ruin that what was has become. But the mirrors reflected nothing, showed no images, displayed only darkness where reflections should appear, where faces should be visible, where the hall itself should be doubled in the way that mirrors double spaces, that makes rooms seem larger, that creates the illusion of depth through showing what faces the mirror, what stands before it, what should appear in its surface when the surface is reflective, when the silvering works, when the mirror functions as mirrors function. But these mirrors did not function, showed darkness instead of images, displayed void instead of reflection, remained perfectly intact, no cracks, no deterioration, no evidence of damage, but produced no reflections, created no images, made visible nothing except the profound darkness that filled their surfaces, that occupied the space where reflections should appear, that suggested the mirrors were not broken, but were functioning differently, were working according to principles that were not normal mirror principles, were showing not what faced them, but what they chose to show, were displaying not physical reality, but some other reality, some other layer of existence that was darkness, that was void, that was the profound absence that these mirrors made visible instead of making visible the hall, the viewers, the physical world that stood before them, and which should appear in their surfaces when their surfaces were reflective, when they operated as mirrors, when they did what mirrors do. A traveler discovered the hall in 1891, was exploring the ruins, was documenting what remained of the castle that maps showed as ancient, that local legends claimed was cursed, that appeared in historical records only vaguely, only tangentially, only as the kind of marginal notation that suggests something existed, but was not important enough to describe thoroughly, was not significant enough to document carefully, was not interesting enough to anyone at the time to warrant the attention that would have preserved its history, that would have recorded who built it, when they built it, why they abandoned it, and allowed it to become ruins, allowed it to collapse, allowed it to transform from fortress into forest, from architecture into archaeology, from presence into memory that was itself becoming forgotten, becoming lost, becoming one more ruin in forests full of ruins, one more collapsed castle among the many that Europe contains, that time has claimed, that persist as fragments while their histories dissolve into the uncertainty that makes ruins mysterious, that makes them romantic, that makes them attractive to travelers who wander among stones and imagine what was, who these people were, what happened here before the walls fell and the forest reclaimed, and everything became the beautiful melancholy ruin that time creates when it works on architecture, when it reduces buildings to suggestions, when it makes the past visible through its partial survival, its incomplete persistence, its fragmentary presence. But the mirror hall was intact, completely intact. The traveler, his name was James Whitmore. He was English. He was 34 years old. He made his living writing about ruins for magazines that published travel accounts, historical sketches, the kind of romantic descriptions that Victorian readers enjoyed. James stood at the threshold of the hall and understood immediately that this was different, was strange, was not the normal state of ruins, where everything decays at similar rates, where time claims all parts equally, where collapse is comprehensive rather than selective, where if walls fall, then ceilings fall, And if roofs disappear, then floors rot, and everything deteriorates together, maintains parity in its destruction, becomes ruin uniformly rather than becoming ruin everywhere except one place, one hall, one room that remains perfect while everything around it crumbles. He entered carefully, expected the floor to be unstable, to be rotted, to give way under his weight the way that floors in ruins often give way, often betray the appearance of solidity, often prove to be thinner than they look, weaker than they seem, held together more by habit than by structure, by the memory of what they were rather than by the reality of what they've become. But the floor held, was solid, was as sturdy as the day it was laid, as firm as new construction, as reliable as architecture that has not spent centuries being claimed by weather, by moisture, by the patient decomposition that time inflicts on all materials. That makes wood rot and stone crumble, and all things eventually return to elements, to the constituents they were made from, to the basic materials that construction assembles, but which time disassembles, that building creates, but which decay uncreates through the opposite work of taking apart what was put together, of separating what was joined, of making complex things become simple things again, making architecture become rubble, making construction become ruin. But this hall was not ruin, was preserved, was intact. The walls stood straight. The ceiling remained whole. The windows held glass, not broken glass, not shattered panes, but intact windows that still functioned as windows, that still kept weather out, that still divided interior from exterior in the way that architecture divides space, that makes inside different from outside, that creates the protected environments that buildings exist to create, that shelters them, that makes them habitable rather than merely spaces beneath sky, merely locations exposed to elements, merely the default state of being outdoors rather than the modified state of being indoors that architecture creates, that construction enables, that this hall maintained despite the castle around it having failed, having fallen, having become outdoor space that happened to contain walls rather than indoor space that walls protected. And on the walls mirrors, dozens of them, perhaps hundreds James could not count in the dim light that filtered through dirty windows, could not determine where one mirror ended and another began, because they were positioned close together, were arranged to create continuous reflective surface, were hung in the pattern that mirror halls use when they want to create the effect of infinity, of endless space, of rooms that extend forever through the multiplication that mirrors create when they face each other, when they reflect each other's reflections, when they produce the cascading images that make mirror halls feel vast, feel boundless, feel like they continue past all reasonable limits into the impossible depths that reflection creates, that doubling produces, that the magic of mirrors makes visible when mirrors work, when they reflect, when they show what faces them, and then show the showing, and then show the showing of the showing in the infinite regression that mirrors facing mirrors create. But these mirrors showed nothing, reflected nothing, displayed only darkness in their surfaces. James approached the nearest one, stood before it, looked for his reflection, the automatic impulse that mirrors trigger, the unconscious expectation that we will see ourselves when we face reflective surfaces, that our image will appear, that the mirror will do what mirrors do, which is show us our own faces, our own forms, our own presence made visible through the optical trick that reflection performs, that makes us simultaneously subject and object, simultaneously the one who looks and the one who is looked at, simultaneously consciousness and image, simultaneously interior experience and exterior appearance, in the strange doubling that mirrors create. That makes them fascinating. That makes them uncanny. That makes them the objects of superstition and magic. And all the accumulated unease that humans feel about devices that show us ourselves, but show us ourselves wrongly, reversed, left become right, and right become left. Our faces familiar, but subtly strange, ourselves, but not quite ourselves, recognizable, but transformed in ways that make mirrors both useful and disturbing, both practical and mysterious, both tools and symbols. But this mirror showed him nothing, showed only darkness. He moved closer, brought his face near the surface, expected to see his features emerge from the dark, expected the mirror to behave normally at shorter distance, expected that proximity would overcome whatever was preventing reflection, whatever was making the surface dark, whatever was causing the mirrors to malfunction or to function differently, or to be something other than normal mirrors despite appearing to be normal mirrors, despite being clearly glass, clearly framed, clearly positioned as mirrors are positioned when they are meant to reflect, when they are intended to show images, when they serve the purpose that mirrors exist to serve. But darkness remained. Absolute darkness. Profound darkness. The kind of darkness that is not merely absence of light, but is presence of something else, is positive rather than negative, is substance rather than void, is the darkness that feels like it extends infinitely, like it contains depths, like you could fall into it if you got too close, if you leaned too far into the mirror's surface, if you allowed yourself to be drawn into the darkness that the mirror showed instead of showing you, instead of reflecting your face, instead of functioning as mirrors function. James touched the surface, expected glass cool, smooth, the familiar texture of mirror that is glass with silvering on the back. That is transparent material made reflective through the metal coating that creates the reflection. That makes the mirror work. That transforms what should be window into what actually is mirror through the addition of the layer that bounces light rather than transmitting it. That makes images visible rather than allowing vision through. But the surface was warm, not hot, not unpleasantly warm, but warmer than glass should be, warmer than mirrors normally are, warm as if something behind the surface generated heat, produced warmth, existed in a state that was not the cool, inert state that glass exists in, but was the warm, active state that living things exist in. That suggests metabolism. That indicates energy being produced, being released, being the warmth that life creates, that consciousness generates, that makes living things warmer than their surroundings, warmer than they should be if they were merely matter, merely substance, merely the passive material that mirrors are made from. And the darkness moved, shifted, flowed like liquid, like smoke, like something that was not solid, but was not quite gas, was not quite liquid, was something between, was substance that had no fixed state, but moved according to its own patterns, its own currents, its own internal organization that made it flow across the mirror's surface, that made it change and shift and redistribute itself in ways that were not random, that showed pattern, that suggested the darkness was not merely absence, but was presence, was thing rather than nothing, was entity rather than void, was something that occupied the mirror's surface and prevented reflection not through malfunction, but through occupation, through being there, through filling the space where reflection should appear with its own presence, with its own dark substance, with its own flowing form. James stepped back, examined the other mirrors, found them all the same, all dark, all showing nothing, all displaying the flowing darkness instead of displaying the hall, instead of reflecting what faced them, instead of functioning as mirrors. He spent hours in the hall, waiting, watching, attempting to understand what he was seeing, what the mirrors were, why they showed darkness. What the darkness was that they showed instead of showing reflections, instead of showing images, instead of showing the hall doubled, the space multiplied, the infinity that mirror halls create when mirrors work, when they reflect, when they do what mirrors should do. As light faded, as afternoon became evening, as the hall grew dimmer with the sun's decline, James noticed something. The mirrors grew brighter, or less dark, or the darkness in them became less absolute, became less profound, became less completely opaque, and shapes began to emerge. Forms, suggestions of figures that might be people, that might be the hall's original inhabitants, that might be whoever had lived in this castle before it became ruins, before it collapsed, before time claimed it and left only this hall intact, left only these mirrors functioning, left only the darkness showing where the darkness showed what darkness showed when darkness was not quite complete, when it thinned enough for shapes to emerge, for forms to become visible, for figures to appear in the mirrors that showed no reflection, but which showed something, showed presences, showed the suggestions of people who might be the ones who built this hall, who hung these mirrors, who lived here before the castle fell, before time claimed everything except this room, except these mirrors, except the darkness that filled them, and which now, in the failing light, began to reveal what it contained, what it held, what it showed when conditions aligned, when the time was right, when darkness outside matched darkness inside, and made visible what the mirrors had been showing all along, but which was only visible when external darkness approached the darkness that the mirrors displayed, when the hall's light faded enough that the mirror's darkness was no longer absolute contrast, was no longer complete opposition, was instead partial correspondence, was matching dark to dark, was creating the condition where what the mirrors showed could be seen not because the mirrors changed, but because the hall changed, because the light failed, because darkness fell, and in falling made visible the darkness that the mirrors contained, the darkness that held shapes, the darkness that showed forms, the darkness that was not void, but was presence, not absence, but population, not nothing, but something, the figures, the shapes, the suggestions of people who appeared in mirrors as light failed, who became visible in darkness, who showed themselves when conditions permitted, when the hall's darkness matched the mirror's darkness and made visible what had always been there, but which required darkness to be seen, which required the light to fail before they could appear, before they could show themselves, before the mirrors could reveal what they had been showing all along, which was not reflection of the present, but preservation of the past, not images of viewers, but images of the viewed, not what faced the mirrors, but what the mirrors faced when they were new, when the castle stood, when people lived here and looked into these mirrors and became part of what the mirrors held, what they preserved, what they continued to show centuries later when the castle was ruins, and the hall stood empty except for the mirrors that showed darkness, until darkness fell and made visible what darkness held: the people, the figures, the preserved images of everyone who had ever looked into these mirrors, everyone who had ever stood in this hall, everyone who had ever been reflected here when the mirrors worked differently, when they captured rather than reflected, when they held rather than showed, when they preserved rather than displayed, when they were not mirrors in the conventional sense, but were something else, were recording devices perhaps, were preservation technology, were the method that the vanished kingdom used to keep their people visible, to maintain their presence, to hold them in mirrors that would outlast flesh, that would persist after bodies dissolved, that would continue showing them when they could no longer show themselves, when death had claimed them, when time had taken them, when they existed nowhere except in the mirrors that had captured them, that held them still, that showed them still when darkness fell, and made visible what darkness preserved in the mirrors that showed no reflection, but showed instead the preserved, the captured, the held images of everyone who had looked into them, everyone who had stood before them, everyone who had allowed themselves to be taken by mirrors that took rather than reflected, that captured rather than showed, that preserved in darkness what they had seen in light, what they had recorded when people stood before them, what they kept in the flowing dark substance that filled their surfaces, and which showed nothing until darkness fell, until light failed, until the hall grew dark enough that the mirror's darkness was no longer contrast, was instead correspondence, was matching condition that made visible the preserved, the captured, the held in mirrors that kept them, that showed them still, that made them visible when darkness allowed, when conditions aligned, when James stood in the failing light and saw them, the figures, the shapes, the people who had been captured by mirrors that captured, preserved by mirrors that preserved, held by mirrors that held in darkness that was not absence, but was storage, not void, but was archive, not nothing, but was everything that the mirrors had ever seen, everyone they had ever faced, all the people who had looked into them and been taken by them, been captured by them, been preserved by them in the mirrors that showed no reflection, but showed instead preservation, showed the held, showed the captured in the darkness that contained them, that kept them, that made them visible still, when darkness fell and revealed what darkness held in mirrors that kept the past, that preserved the dead, that showed still everyone who had ever looked into them in the hall where mirrors show no reflection, but show instead what mirrors keep, what they preserve, what they hold in darkness that is not empty, that is not void, that is not nothing, but is everyone, everything, all who looked and were taken by mirrors that took, preserved by mirrors that preserved, held by mirrors that hold still in the darkness, that shows them when darkness falls, when light fails, when the hall grows dark enough that the mirror's darkness reveals what it holds, what it shows, what it preserves in the mirrors that reflect nothing, but preserve everything, that show no present, but show all past, that display no viewers, but display all the viewed who were taken by mirrors that took, preserved by mirrors that preserved, held by mirrors that hold still in the darkness. On the kingdom's former border, where maps show nothing but empty moorland, where modern roads curve around rather than through, where even GPS signals falter and compasses spin uncertainly, there stands a gate. It is said that borders are political constructs, that kingdoms define their edges through treaties and wars, through natural barriers like rivers or mountains, through the arbitrary lines that humans draw across landscape and agree to respect, to honor, to treat as meaningful divisions of space that is actually continuous, that flows without interruption from one side to the other, that knows nothing of the boundaries we impose upon it. But this gate marks a different kind of border, marks the edge not between territories, but between states of being, between what is and what might be, between the world we inhabit and the world that exists adjacent to ours, parallel to ours, separated by membranes so thin that in certain places, at certain times, passage becomes possible, crossing becomes achievable. The boundary can be traversed by those brave enough or foolish enough, or simply present enough at the right moment to step through the threshold that the gate marks, that it guards, that it maintains through its patient standing in the moorland where it has stood for centuries, for millennia perhaps, serving its function of marking passage, of indicating threshold, of showing where one world ends and another begins. The gate itself is simple. 2 stone pillars, perhaps 12 feet tall, squared precisely, carved from granite that shows no weathering despite obvious age, that should be eroded by wind and rain, but remains sharp-edged, fresh-looking, as if it were erected yesterday, or as if time affects it differently, touches it lightly, acknowledges that this structure exists partially outside time's jurisdiction, partially beyond duration's claim. Across the pillars rests a lintel, single piece of stone, heavy enough that modern engineering would struggle to position it. That should have required dozens of workers and sophisticated lifting equipment, yet somehow was placed centuries ago by people who supposedly lacked such technology, who supposedly built only with simple tools and human labor, yet achieved what we would find difficult with machines, with hydraulics, with all the advantages that modern construction possesses. The lintel is carved. Symbols run across its surface writing in a script that linguists recognize as precursor to several modern languages, as ancestral form that influenced Latin and Greek and Cyrillic, but which is none of these exactly, which is older, is more fundamental, is the root from which later alphabets grew, but which itself grew from something even older, something lost, something that this gate preserves as perhaps the last example of writing that was used before writing took the forms we recognize, before it became the systems we can read. The inscription has been translated, approximately, with the uncertainty that always accompanies translation of dead languages, of scripts known only from fragments, of writing systems that have no native speakers, no living tradition, no cultural context that would make meaning cert rather than merely probable. The words seem to say, cross when the day dies and the next has not yet been born. Cross in the hour between. Cross when time itself is threshold. Local shepherds understand this, have understood it for generations. Know that the gate functions only at midnight, only during the hour when one day becomes another, when calendars shift, when time itself crosses boundary from the day that ends to the day that begins. During this hour, during this threshold, in time that corresponds to the threshold in space, that the gate marks passage becomes possible. Crossing means something. Walking through the gate achieves transformation that walking through during any other hour does not achieve, cannot achieve, will never achieve, because the gate works only when time and space both threshold simultaneously, when temporal boundary aligns with spatial boundary, when the moment of crossing in time meets the place of crossing in space. The first documented account of midnight crossing came from a shepherd in 1847. He was returning home, was crossing the moorland after dark, reached the gate just as church bells in distant village struck 12. He did not intend to test the legends, did not plan to cross at midnight, did not seek transformation or passage or whatever the old stories promised. He simply walked through the gate because it stood in his path, because going around would add minutes to a journey he was tired of walking, because midnight meant nothing to him except that it was late, was dark, was time to be home rather than still crossing moorland. But on the other side of the gate, he stopped, stood perfectly still. Later, he would struggle to explain what happened, what changed, what shifted in the moment of passing through. The moorland looked the same. The path continued. The stars overhead maintained their positions, but something was different. Something subtle, something that made the familiar landscape feel unfamiliar, made the known territory feel unknown, made home feel like not quite home, even though home was where this path led, where this direction pointed, where he was heading. He walked on, reached his cottage, but his wife did not recognize him, looked at him as stranger, responded to his presence with confusion, with alarm, with the reaction people have when unknown men arrive at their doors after midnight claiming to be their husbands, claiming relationship that wives insist does not exist, has never existed, cannot exist because I have no husband. She told him, I live alone. I do not know you. Please leave. He insisted. She refused. He showed her things, details about their life together, about their children, about the intimate knowledge that only husbands possess. She listened with growing unease, with fear that transformed to terror, with the realization that this stranger knew things no stranger should know, possessed information that was private, was personal, was the kind of knowledge that made his claims impossible to dismiss as delusion, but also impossible to accept as truth because she had no husband, had never married, lived alone in this cottage that was hers alone, that had always been hers alone, that this man could not have shared with her because he did not exist in her life, did not occupy any place in her history, did not correspond to anyone she knew despite his evident conviction that he knew her, that she should know him, that they were married. He left, walked back across the moorland, found the gate, passed through it again, not at midnight now. The hour had passed. Time had moved beyond the threshold, day had been born and was no longer being born. And when he emerged from the gate, when he crossed back through the stone pillars, when he completed the return passage, his cottage held his wife who knew him, who greeted him with relief rather than confusion, who asked where he had been, why he was so late, what had kept him on the moorland past midnight. He told her what had happened. She did not understand. Neither did he. But shepherds who heard the story understood, or claimed to understand, or possessed tradition that made the experience comprehensible, even if incomprehensible. The gate led to adjacent world, they said, to parallel timeline, to version of reality that was almost identical to this reality, but was not this reality, was separate reality, was the world where different choices had been made, different events had occurred, different history had unfolded leading to present that resembled this present, but was not this present, was different present, was the timeline where his wife had never married, where he did not exist as her husband, where the life he knew had not occurred because that timeline made different choices, followed different paths, arrived at different configuration of reality that the gate made accessible when midnight aligned time threshold with space threshold and passage, meant crossing not just through space, but through the boundaries between timelines, between parallel worlds, between the versions of reality that exist simultaneously, that occupy the same geography but different histories, that are reachable through gates that function when time itself is threshold, when days are being born, when the hour between makes passage possible from this to that, from here to there, from one timeline to another. Other shepherds tested this, crossed at midnight, reported similar experiences, emerging into worlds that were familiar but wrong, recognizable but strange, same but different in subtle ways that accumulated to make it clear. This was not home, was not the world they left, was adjacent world, was parallel timeline, was version of reality where small differences made large differences, where divergent choices created divergent presence, where the gate granted access to the multiplicity of worlds that exist, that branch from every choice, that spread from every decision point in the infinite flowering of possibility. possibility that the gate revealed, that midnight made crossable, that the hour between made accessible to those who passed through, when passing through meant more than crossing space, meant crossing timelines, meant arriving in adjacent reality where you might exist or might not exist, where your life might be familiar or might be unrecognizable, where everything might be almost identical except for the crucial differences that made it Nothome, made it otherworld, made it the parallel timeline that the gate connected to, that midnight made reachable, that the threshold hour allowed passage to when day was dying and day was being born, and time itself was neither one nor the other, but was between, was transition, was the condition that made gates function not as simple passages through space, but as portals between worlds, between timelines, between the versions of reality that exist in parallel, and which the vanished kingdom understood, which they built gates to access, which they carved instructions for crossing on lintels that said, "Cross when time is threshold, cross when the day dies, cross in the hour between when passage means more than passage, when crossing achieves transformation, when walking through gates takes you not to other places, but to other versions of place, other timelines of history, other configurations of reality that exist adjacent to this reality, parallel to this reality, reachable through gates that stand on borders not between kingdoms, but between worlds, not marking territorial boundaries, but marking the edges between timelines, between the versions of reality that branch from every moment, that multiply from every choice, that exist simultaneously in the infinite parallel that the gate reveals when midnight comes, when time thresholds, when the hour between makes crossing possible from this world to that world, from this timeline to that timeline, from the reality you know to the reality you don't know, but which exists nonetheless, which waits nonetheless, which can be reached through gates that function when time and space both threshold, when midnight comes and makes passage possible, when the hour between opens doorways not just through space, but through the boundaries that separate parallel worlds, adjacent timelines, the multiple versions of reality that exist, and which the vanished kingdom built gates to access, to reach, to make crossable when time itself was threshold, when days were being born, when the hour between between granted passage to shepherds, to travelers, to anyone who crossed when crossing meant transformation, when passage achieved more than simple motion through space, when gates revealed the multiplicity of worlds that exist parallel to this world, adjacent to this world, reachable through gates that stand on moorlands marking boundaries, not between territories, but between timelines, not dividing space, but dividing the infinite versions of space that exist in parallel, that branch from every moment, that multiply from every choice in the gate that opens at midnight, that functions when time thresholds, that grants passage when the hour between makes crossing possible from world to world, from timeline to timeline, from reality to reality, in the infinite parallel that the vanished kingdom understood, that they built gates to access, that they marked with instructions carved in stone, that still stands on the moorland where the gate waits, where midnight makes it function, where the hour between makes passage possible to adjacent worlds, to parallel timelines, to the versions of reality that exist and which the gate reveals, which midnight makes accessible, which the threshold hour grants passage to when you cross, when you walk through, when you allow the gate to take you from this to that, from here to there, from your world to the world that is almost your world, but is not your world, is adjacent world, is parallel timeline, is the version of reality that exists on the other side of the gate that opens at midnight, that functions when time thresholds, that makes crossing possible in the hour between when passage means transformation, when gates reveal multiplicity, when the vanished kingdom's architecture does what it was designed to do, not mark borders between territories, but mark borders between worlds, between timelines, between the infinite versions of reality that exist in parallel, and which gates make accessible, which midnight makes reachable, which the hour between makes crossable when you pass through the gate that stands on the moorland, that waits for midnight, that functions when time is threshold and grants passage to the worlds beyond this world, the timelines beyond this timeline, the realities that exist parallel to this reality in the gate that opens at midnight, that reveals multiplicity, that makes crossing possible to adjacent worlds when the hour comes, when time thresholds, when the gate fulfills its function of marking passage, not through space, but through the boundaries between parallel realities, between adjacent timelines, between the worlds that exist and which the vanished kingdom made accessible through gates that open at midnight, that function when time is threshold, that grant passage in the hour between when crossing means more than crossing, when gates reveal more than gates, when passage achieves transformation in the moorland where the gate stands, where midnight makes it function, where the hour between opens doorways to worlds beyond this world, to timelines beyond this timeline, to the parallel realities that the vanished kingdom understood and built gates to access, to reach, to make crossable when midnight comes and time itself becomes threshold, and the gate opens and passage becomes possible to everywhere that is adjacent to here, to all the timelines parallel to this timeline, to the infinite versions of reality that exist, and which the gate reveals when it opens at midnight, throughout the kingdom's ruins, scattered across what were once plazas and temples, and the gathered spaces where people came together. Certain stones produce sound when touched. It is said that architecture is frozen music, that buildings have rhythm, that proportions create harmony, that the relationships between height and width and depth follow mathematical ratios that are fundamentally musical, that make structures pleasing to the eye because they follow the same patterns that make sounds pleasing to the ear, the golden ratio, appearing in both beautiful facades and beautiful melodies, geometry and music being expressions of the same underlying mathematics, the same fundamental patterns that govern how forms can be arranged to create beauty, to create meaning, to create the sense that what you're experiencing is right, is proper, is aligned with some deep truth about proportion and relationship, and the way elements should fit together. But these stones take the metaphor literally, are not frozen music, but actual music, are not architecture that resembles harmony, but architecture that produces harmony, that creates actual sound when touched, when pressed, when engaged with in the way that instruments are engaged with through physical contact, through deliberate interaction, through the understanding that certain materials respond to touch by vibrating, by resonating, by producing tones that are not random, but are precise, are intentional, are the notes that the stone was shaped to produce through careful carving, through precise dimensioning, through the understanding of how form determines sound, how shape creates tone, how you can make stone sing if you carve it correctly, if you tune it properly, if you treat it not as building material, but as musical instrument, as component in an orchestra that is also a city, that is also a kingdom, that is also the physical manifestation of a civilization's understanding that life should be musical, that space should be harmonic, that the places where people live and gather and worship should produce beauty not just for eyes, but for ears, should create not just visual harmony, but auditory harmony, should be simultaneously architecture and symphony. The first explorer to notice the phenomenon thought he was imagining it, thought the sound he heard when he brushed against a fallen column was wind, was echo, was some acoustic trick that moorland played, that ruins created through their particular arrangement of stone and space, and the way that air moved through them. He dismissed it, moved on, continued his documentation of the site that he had discovered in 1897, that he was cataloging for the Archaeological Society that had funded his expedition, that wanted careful records of what remained of this vanished kingdom that occupied no definite place in historical chronology, that seemed to exist in gaps between documented civilizations, in the spaces that history left blank. But he kept hearing sounds at different locations, from different stones, always when he touched them, not when wind blew, not when rain fell, but when his hand made contact, when he placed his palm against the carved surfaces, when he engaged physically with the architecture in the way that ruins normally discourage, that preservation normally forbids, that archaeology typically avoids because touching accelerates decay, introduces oils and acids from skin, damages what should be left pristine, what should be observed but not handled, what should be documented from respectful distance. But these stones demanded touching, seemed designed for it, seemed to wait for it, and when touched, they sang, not metaphorically, not in the poetic sense that beautiful things might be said to sing, actually sang, produced clear musical tones, distinct pitches, notes that could be identified, that could be matched to scales, that corresponded to the musical systems that humans have used across cultures, across centuries, to organize sound into patterns that are meaningful, that are beautiful, that transform random vibration into deliberate composition, into the art that sound becomes when it follows rules, when it observes relationships, when it creates the mathematical beauty that music is. The explorer, his name was Edmund Carr. He was 4 to 3 years old. He had spent 20 years documenting ruins across Europe and Asia. He was methodical and skeptical, and not given to flights of fancy. Edmund Carr spent 3 days testing the stones, touching different surfaces, noting which produced sound and which remained silent, attempting to determine what made certain stones musical while others were merely stone, were inert, were the normal building material that made up most of the ruins, but which did not sing, did not vibrate, did not respond to touch with anything except the expected solidity, the anticipated silence. The musical stones were carved. All of them showed deliberate shaping, precise dimensioning. Surfaces worked to specific profiles, to exact thicknesses, to the kind of careful measurement that instrument making requires, that producing consistent tone demands, that transforms raw material into tuned material, into substance that has been prepared to vibrate at particular frequency, to produce particular note, to be not just stone, but musical stone, singing stone, stone that remembers the sound it was carved to remember and reproduces that sound whenever someone touches it, whenever someone asks it to sing, whenever someone treats it as what it is, not building block, but musical note made physical, made permanent, made stone. Carr mapped the musical stones, created diagrams showing their positions throughout the ruins, and discovered a pattern. The stones in the eastern plaza produced notes from one scale. The stones in the western temple produced notes from a different scale. The stones in the northern fortification produced yet another set of pitches. Each section of the ruins had its own musical vocabulary, its own tonal palette, its its own collection of notes that suggested different sections were designed to produce different musical modes, different harmonic systems, different sonic atmospheres that would change as you moved through the city, as you walked from plaza to temple to fortification, as you traversed the kingdom and heard it sing in different voices, in different keys, in the shifting harmonies that the architecture provided to anyone willing to touch it, to engage with it, to treat the city as the instrument it apparently was. But the most remarkable discovery came when Carr attempted to play the stones in sequence, when he touched not just individual stones, but series of stones, moving from one to the next, creating melodies rather than isolated notes, producing phrases rather than single tones. The patterns that emerged were not random, were not the arbitrary sequences that touching stones in order would produce, were deliberate, were composed, were music that had been written into the architecture, that had been encoded in the positioning of the musical stones, that existed as pathway through the ruins if you touched this stone. Then that stone, then the stone beyond it, you would produce melody, would play song, would perform composition that this vanished civilization had preserved in the most permanent medium imaginable, in stone that would outlast paper, that would outlast memory, that would preserve the music as long as the stones themselves endured, as long as the ruins stood, as long as someone was willing to walk through the kingdom, touching the musical stones in the order that produced not chaos, but composition, not random noise, but deliberate beauty, not accident, but the songs that this civilization wanted preserved, wanted remembered, wanted to continue being playable centuries after the last musician died, after the last instrument decayed, after everything else about their musical tradition dissolved except for what they carved into stone, except for what they made permanent through architecture, except for what they encoded in the city itself, so that the city could sing their songs, could preserve their melodies, could keep their music alive through the simple, patient method of being touchable, being playable, being stone that remembers sound. Carr attempted to transcribe what he discovered, created musical notation, showing the melodies he could produce by touching touching stones in various sequences, sent his transcriptions to musicologists who analyzed them and found patterns that were sophisticated, that showed understanding of harmony and counterpoint, and the mathematical relationships that make music meaningful, that make certain note combinations pleasing, while others create dissonance, that make melody more than just sequence of tones, but becomes narrative, becomes emotion, becomes the communication that music achieves when it follows rules that are simultaneously logical and mysterious, that are mathematical and magical, that work for reasons we understand intellectually and reasons we feel but cannot explain. But Carr's transcriptions were incomplete, could only capture the melodies that one person walking through the ruins could produce, could not record the full music that the kingdom had encoded, because that music required multiple performers, required many people touching many stones simultaneously, required orchestration rather than solo performance, required the coordination of dozens or hundreds working together to touch their assigned stones at the precise moments, to create harmonies rather than just melodies, to produce the full complexity of what the kingdom had composed and preserved in their musical architecture. One section of the ruins made this clear. A vast plaza surrounded by columns, each column carved to produce a specific note, each one positioned at specific distance from the others, creating spatial arrangement that was also musical arrangement, that was simultaneously architecture and score, that showed through its layout exactly where each performer should stand, exactly which stone each should touch, exactly how they should coordinate to produce the symphony that this plaza was designed to perform. Carr calculated that performing the plaza's complete composition would require at least 60 people, 60 performers touching 60 stones in sequences that would interweave, that would create harmonies, that would build into music that was too complex for any individual to play, that required community, that required cooperation, that required the kind of collective effort that civilization makes possible, that makes civilization beautiful, that transforms individual capabilities into collective achievement. He never heard it performed, never gathered the 60 people required, never organized the coordination that would be necessary to play the plaza, to make the kingdom sing its full song, to hear what the vanished civilization had preserved for anyone willing to assemble sufficient performers, sufficient dedication, sufficient willingness to treat ruins not as archaeological site, but as instrument, not as history, but as music, not as past, but as continuing presence that waits only for the right number of people to arrive, to position themselves, to touch the stones in the sequences that the plaza's design indicates, that the spacing of the columns shows, that the architecture itself is score for, is notation for, is the preserved instruction for how to make the kingdom sing. Other researchers have visited the ruins, have documented the musical stones more thoroughly than Carr did, have created complete catalogs of every singing surface, every musical element, every note that the kingdom carved into its architecture, have attempted to understand the full scope of what was preserved here, what music waits in stone for performers to arrive, for touchings to occur, for the coordination to be achieved that would make the ruins sing as they were designed to sing, as they were built to sing, as they wait still to sing in the complete, full realization of the music they hold. Some have attempted partial performances, have gathered small groups to play sections of the larger composition, to touch stones in coordination, to create at least fragments of what the full performance would produce. These attempts suggest magnificence, suggest that the complete music would be profound, would be moving, would justify the enormous effort that carving singing stones required, that positioning them precisely demanded, that creating a kingdom that was also a symphony necessitated. The recordings of these partial performances are beautiful, are haunting, are music that sounds ancient and modern simultaneously, that uses scales and harmonies that are familiar, but arranged in ways that feel foreign, that feel other, that suggest this civilization's music followed different aesthetic principles than ours follows, created beauty through different relationships, organized sound according to different priorities, but which produce beauty nonetheless, produce emotion nonetheless, produce the response that all music produces when it is well made, when it follows its own internal logic with sufficient commitment, when it creates the sense that what you are hearing is right, is proper, is the way sound should be organized, even if it is not the way you would have organized it, even if it is not the system you know, even if it is strange and unfamiliar, but is nonetheless beautiful, because beauty transcends systems, transcends the particular rules any culture uses to create it, exists in the underlying mathematics that all music shares, that all harmony obeys, that makes certain relationships between tones inherently pleasing regardless of what culture produces them, what era creates them, what civilization carves them into stone and leaves them waiting to be played. The kingdom's music waits still, waits for sufficient performers to arrive, waits for the coordination to be achieved, waits for the moment when 60 or more people position themselves throughout the ruins and touch the stones in the sequences that the architecture indicates, that the spacing shows, that the musical design demands, waits for the full realization of what was preserved here, what was made permanent, what was encoded in stone so thoroughly that it will outlast everything else about this civilization, will persist after their language is forgotten, after their history is lost, after every other trace of who they were dissolves, except for this, the music they carved into their city, the songs they made permanent through architecture, the melodies they preserved in the most enduring form they could imagine, in stone that sings, in buildings that remember music, in the kingdom that was also symphony, that was also instrument, that was also the most ambitious musical composition ever attempted, because it was not performed once and preserved in memory or notation, but was built, was made permanent, was carved into the physical world so that it could be performed again and again, could be played by future generations, could continue sounding as long as the stones endured, as long as someone was willing to touch them, as long as the kingdom's ruins stood waiting for the performers who would arrive someday, who would position themselves someday, who would make the kingdom sing its full song someday in the performance that the stones wait for, that the architecture anticipates, that the vanished civilization preserved through the patient work of carving music into stone, of making buildings that remember songs, of creating city that was also score, that was also instrument, that was also the eternal ongoing invitation to anyone willing to learn its music, to gather the performers, to coordinate the touching that would make the ruins sing as they were meant to sing, as they were built to sing, as they wait still in the moorland where Edmund Carr discovered them, where they stand patient and musical, where stones remember the songs they were carved to remember and will continue remembering, will continue waiting, will continue offering their music to anyone who touches them, who plays them, who treats them as what they are, not ruins, but instruments, not past but present, not silence, but song waiting only for the touch that makes it sound, for the performer that makes it music, for the coordination that makes it symphony in the kingdom where stones sing, where buildings remember music, where the vanished civilization left their clearest message, which is not words, but melody, not explanation, but harmony, not history, but the songs they loved enough to make permanent, to carve into stone, to preserve in the architecture that outlasted them, that continues their music, that keeps their songs alive in the ruins that sing when touched, that remember when played, that preserve in stone what could not be preserved in any other form, the music of the vanished kingdom, waiting still to be performed completely, to be heard fully, to be realized in the symphony that stones remember, that architecture preserves, that the ruins offer to anyone willing to assemble the performers, coordinate the touching, make the kingdom sing its full song at last. In the ruins, visitors report seeing human-shaped shadows moving across walls, across floors, across the spaces where shadows should require bodies to cast them, but where no bodies stand, where no forms block light, where shadows exist independently, as if they are the substance and flesh was merely their projection. It is said that shadows follow, that darkness shaped like humans appears only when humans block light, that shadow is effect not cause, is consequence not origin, is the absence created by presence rather than presence itself. We cast shadows. Shadows do not cast us. This is the order. This is how light and darkness work. This is what everyone knows. But in these ruins, shadows move alone, walk without walkers, gesture without hands, gather in groups as if conversing, as if the darkness itself possesses agency, possesses intention, possesses the quality of consciousness that should reside in flesh, not in the absence that flesh creates, in the light, not in the darkness that light defines, in presence, not in the shaped void that presence leaves when light is blocked. The first documentation came from a photographer in 1899. She was documenting the ruins, setting up her equipment to capture the fallen columns, the broken archways, the accumulated evidence of time's patient work on architecture that was magnificent once, that still suggested magnificence through its fragments, through the way it persisted incompletely, through the ruins that testified to what was through showing what remains. But her photographs showed more than ruins, showed figures, human shapes, silhouettes that appeared in the images, despite no one standing in those positions when the exposures were made, despite the photographer being alone in the ruins, despite no other human presence that could account for the shadows that appeared on walls, on floors, on the surfaces that light struck, and which should have been empty except for the ruins themselves, for the stones and columns and the architectural fragments that filled the frame. She assumed error, assumed double exposure, assumed some flaw in her process, some mistake in her technique that had superimposed images, that had layered exposures, that had created the appearance of figures where no figure stood. She repeated the photographs, used fresh plates, took care to avoid any technical error that might produce phantom images. But the shadows appeared again, in different positions, moving, it seemed, between exposures, present in one photograph standing in plaza, present in next photograph walking through doorway, present in third photograph gathered in what had been temple, as if the shadows were actual entities, were present in the ruins, were moving through the space that the photographer occupied, even though she could not see them, could not perceive them except through the camera, except through the photographic plates that captured what eyes could not see, what direct observation could not perceive, what existed in the ruins, but existed invisibly, existed as shadows without sources, as darkness shaped into human forms, but unattached to human bodies, as the shaped absences that walked alone. She spent weeks in the ruins, photographing systematically, documenting the shadows, creating record of their movements, their patterns, their behaviors that suggested consciousness, that suggested intention, that suggested these were not random effects, not technical artifacts, not errors, but were actual presences, were entities that occupied the ruins, that moved through them, that existed there even when invisible to direct observation, even when imperceptible to naked eyes, even when present only to cameras, to photographic emulsions, to the technology that could capture what consciousness alone could not perceive. The shadows followed routines, gathered at certain times in certain places, moved through the ruins in patterns that suggested daily life, that implied activities, that made visible through their repetition that these shadows were performing actions, were engaged in behaviors, were doing what people do when people inhabit spaces, walking, gathering, meeting, dispersing. The accumulated patterns of community life that the shadows reenacted, that they performed, that they continued performing centuries after the community that created them vanished, after the people who cast them died, after the bodies that should have produced these shadows dissolved, leaving only the shadows themselves, only the shaped darkness, only the human silhouettes that persisted without humans, that moved without movers, that existed as darkness, that had become independent of the light and bodies that should produce darkness, that should create shadows, that should be necessary for shadows to exist. Other photographers visited, confirmed the phenomenon, captured their own images of shadows walking, shadows gathering, shadows performing the patient repetition of patterns that suggested memory, that suggested these shadows were not random darkness, but were preserved consciousness, were recorded awareness, were the imprints left by people who had lived here, who had moved through these spaces, who had cast these shadows when they blocked light with their bodies, and the shadows had remained, had persisted, had continued after the bodies dissolved, after death claimed flesh, after mortality ended the lives, but could not end the shadows, could not erase the darkness shapes that people left behind. persisted as evidence of presence, as proof of existence, as the continuing performance of human patterns by the darkness that humans created, that they shaped through their movements, that they left behind when they vanished from the ruins that their shadows still occupy, still move through, still mark with the shaped absence that is shadow, that is darkness formed into human silhouettes. That is the profound suggestion that what we are is not flesh, but is the darkness that flesh creates, is the shadow that bodies cast, is the shaped void that persists after presence is gone, after bodies are dust, after mortality has claimed everything except the shadows which somehow remain, which somehow continue, which somehow exist independent of the sources that should be necessary for their existence. One researcher proposed that consciousness resides not in flesh, but in the patterns that flesh creates, in the shapes that bodies make when they move through space, in the darkness that is formed when light is blocked, and which retains, which remembers, which preserves the movements that created it, the awareness that shaped it, the consciousness that existed in bodies, but which transferred to shadows, which imprinted on darkness, which remained in the shaped void that bodies left behind when bodies were gone, when flesh dissolved, when mortality claimed what was material, but could not claim what was pattern, what was shape, what was the organized darkness that persisted after the organism that organized it ceased to exist. According to this theory, the vanished kingdom understood something about consciousness that we do not understand. Understood that awareness is not bound to flesh, is not trapped in matter, is not limited to the temporary forms that bodies are. Understood that consciousness is pattern, is organization, is shape that can be preserved in various media in flesh temporarily, in shadow permanently, in the darkness that bodies create, and which can continue after bodies end if the darkness is preserved, if the shapes are maintained, if the patterns that consciousness created in flesh are allowed to persist in the shadows that flesh cast, in the darkness that bodies organized, in the shaped absence that remains when presence is gone, but which absence is not empty, is not void, is not nothing, but is everything that consciousness was, is all that awareness is is the complete preservation of what people were in the shadows they cast, in the darkness they shaped, in the silhouettes they left behind. Perhaps the vanished kingdom's people did not die. Perhaps they transformed. Perhaps they discovered that flesh was temporary housing, was brief vessel, was mortal container for consciousness that could be transferred to shadows, that could be preserved in darkness, that could continue in the shaped absence that bodies create when bodies block light, and which darkness can maintain, can preserve, can be if consciousness understands how to move from flesh to shadow, from matter to void, from the temporary body to the permanent darkness that the body shaped, that the body organized, that the body left as legacy when the body ended. But consciousness continued in the shadow that walks alone, that moves without body, that exists as shaped darkness, that is not absence of presence, but is presence in different form, presence as shadow, presence as darkness, organized into human shapes that move through ruins, performing the patterns that consciousness performed when consciousness had bodies, when awareness had flesh, when the people of the vanished kingdom walked these spaces in material form and cast shadows that watched them, that learned from them, that absorbed their patterns and their movements and their consciousness, until the moment came when transfer was possible, when moving from flesh to shadow became achievable, when consciousness could relocate from the temporary material form to the permanent darkness form and continue existing, continue moving, continue being human-shaped awareness that no longer needed flesh, that had transcended matter, that existed now and forever as shadows that walk alone, as darkness that moves without bodies, as the shaped absence that is not absence, but is presence, is consciousness, is the awareness that discovered how to exist without flesh, without matter, without the temporary forms that decay while shadows persist, while darkness continues, while the shaped void that bodies create can be maintained, can be inhabited, can be consciousness, continuing in the form that the vanished kingdom discovered was more permanent than flesh, more enduring than bodies, more capable of preserving what matters about being human, which is not the material form, but is the pattern, the shape, the organized awareness that can exist in flesh temporarily, in shadow permanently. In the darkness that walks through ruins still, that moves through spaces still, that performs human patterns still in the shapes that require no bodies, in the silhouettes that cast no physical forms, in the shadows that walk alone, proving that the vanished kingdom did not vanish, did not die, did not end, but transformed, transferred, moved from flesh to shadow, and continue existing as darkness shaped into human forms, as absence organized into presence, as shadows that walk alone in ruins where bodies are gone, but consciousness remains, where flesh is dust, but awareness persists, where mortality claimed matter, but could not claim the patterns, could not erase the shapes, could not destroy the shadows that were consciousness all along, that were what people truly were beneath the temporary flesh, that were the permanent form waiting to be recognized, to be accessed, to be transferred into, when the vanished kingdom discovered how to leave bodies behind and continue as shadows that walk alone, that move without flesh, that exist as darkness shaped into human forms, that persist in ruins where they lived, where they transformed, where they continue as shadows, proving that consciousness survives, that awareness persists, that we are not bodies, but are the shadows that bodies cast, and shadows can walk alone when consciousness learns to inhabit darkness, to exist as shape without substance, to be human-formed awareness that requires no flesh, no matter, no material form, but can exist as shadow, as darkness, as the shaped absence that walks through ruins, demonstrating that the vanished kingdom found the way to continue, to persist, to exist beyond mortality by becoming shadows that walk alone, that move without bodies, that are consciousness in permanent form, awareness as darkness, presence as shaped void that walks through ruins still, that moves through spaces still, that continues being human even though humanity is shadow now, is darkness now, is the shaped absence that persists when flesh is gone, when bodies are dust, when the vanished kingdom walks as shadows alone in the ruins where they transformed, where they transferred, where they became darkness and continue being darkness, being shaped absence, being shadows that walk alone, proving that consciousness survives death, that awareness persists beyond mortality, that we are shadows and shadows can walk alone when the flesh that cast them is gone, when the bodies that shaped them are dust, when consciousness has learned to exist as darkness, as shaped void, as shadows that walk alone in ruins where the vanished kingdom persists as darkness, as absence, as the shadows that walk without bodies, proving that they did not vanish, did not die, but transformed into shadows that walk alone, that move without flesh, that exist as darkness shaped into human forms in the ruins where shadows walk alone still. The kingdom contained thousands of doorways that stood alone, that marked thresholds leading nowhere, or that led everywhere, depending on how you understood passage. It is said that doors connect spaces, that they join exterior to interior, room to room, the private to the public through the threshold that doors mark, that they guard, that they make crossable, while also making meaningful passage through a door, means something, signifies transition, indicates change from one state to another, from one space to another, from one condition to another, through the simple act of crossing the threshold, of moving from here to there, of allowing the door to do what doors do, which is separate, while also connecting, divide while also joining, make boundaries while also making boundaries crossable. But these doorways connected nothing in the spatial sense, stood in plazas, in courtyards, in the middle of streets, creating frames around air, marking thresholds that led from here to here, from this side to the same side, from before the door to beyond the door, except that beyond was identical to before, was the same plaza, the same courtyard, the same street that you started in, proving that the doorway led nowhere, connected nothing, served no practical function that architecture typically serves, no utilitarian purpose that doors normally fulfill. Yet people who passed through them reported change, reported transformation, reported that crossing the threshold altered something interior, something about their relationship to their own consciousness, to their own awareness, to their own experience of being themselves, not their location, not their physical position, not where they were in space, but where they were in themselves, how they related to their own thoughts, how they experienced their own memories, how they existed as consciousness rather than as body, as awareness rather than as matter, as the interior experience that we are rather than the exterior form that we appear to be. The first documented account came from a shepherd in 1884. He was crossing a plaza where ruins stood, was taking a shortcut through what had been the kingdom's central square, was walking toward home after a day spent tending his flock. He passed through one of the standing doorways, not deliberately, not with intention, simply because it stood in his path, and moving around it would require extra steps, would be less efficient than walking straight through the carved frame that offered no resistance, no barrier, no reason not to pass through it. On the other side, he stopped, stood perfectly still. Later, he would struggle to explain what had occurred, what had changed in the moment of passing through. Not his location, he was exactly where physics said he should be, on the other side of the doorway in the same plaza. Not his body, he felt physically unchanged, felt the same familiar sensations, felt himself operating normally. But something interior had shifted. Something about his relationship to his thoughts, to his memories, to his sense of himself as continuous entity had reorganized, had transformed, had become different while remaining recognizably his. He experienced his memories from different perspective, saw them from different angle, understood them with different emphasis. Events that had seemed important now seemed trivial. Moments he had forgotten now seemed significant. His entire life remained present to him, but felt rearranged, felt restructured, felt like it had been sorted according to different priorities, different values, different understanding of what mattered and what did not matter in the accumulated experience that made him who he was. He stood trying to understand, trying to determine whether he should feel alarmed or grateful, whether the change was violation or gift, whether the doorway had done something to him or had done something for him by reorganizing his interior landscape, by giving him new relationship to his own past, by making him different while keeping him the same in ways that were simultaneously disturbing and liberating, simultaneously wrong and right, simultaneously violation and healing. He walked back through the doorway, passed through in reverse, emerged feeling different again, not returned to his original state, but changed once more, shifted once more, reorganized once more, so that now he had three versions of himself, three relationships to his memories, three perspectives on his life available to him simultaneously, all equally real, all equally his, all different ways of being himself that the doorway had given him access to through the simple act of crossing its threshold, of passing through its frame, of allowing it to do what it did, which was not move you through space, but move you through yourself, not change your location, but change your relationship to your location, not alter where you were, but alter how you were where you were. Word spread. Others attempted to replicate the experience, walked through doorways deliberately seeking transformation, seeking the interior reorganization that the shepherd described, seeking access to different versions of themselves, different relationships to their own consciousness, different ways of being aware, of experiencing, of existing as the consciousness they were, but experiencing it differently, relating to it differently, being it differently because the doorway had shown them that being yourself is not fixed, is not singular, is not the single way of experiencing consciousness, but is multiple, is various, is the collection of possible relationships to your own awareness that you can have when doorways grant access, when thresholds allow passage, when crossing means not moving through space, but moving through states of being yourself. Not everyone who passed through experienced transformation. The doorways were selective, chose whom they would affect, responded to some people, and ignored others according to criteria that researchers could not determine, could not predict, could not explain except to say that the doorways worked for some and not for others, granted passage to some and denied passage to others, made some people different while leaving others unchanged in ways that suggested the doorways were intelligent, were choosy, were making decisions about who was ready for transformation, who could benefit from it, who should be granted access to the interior territories that the doorways revealed, that they made accessible, that they allowed passage to, for those the doorways judged capable of handling the journey, of surviving the transformation, of becoming different versions of themselves themselves without losing themselves entirely, without fragmenting into confusion, without being overwhelmed by the multiplicity that the doorways revealed, that being yourself is not one thing, but many things, not fixed state, but collection of possible states, not singular experience, but multiple possible experiences that you can have of being the consciousness you are. One researcher, a woman named Elena, who spent years studying the doorways, who passed through hundreds of them, attempting to understand their function, their purpose. Their method reported that the doorways led inside, not inside buildings, not inside structures, but inside yourself, inside your own consciousness, inside the interior territories that exist within each person, but which normally remain unexplored, remain unknown, remain inaccessible because we lack the doorways, we lack the thresholds, we lack the means to cross from one version of ourselves to another version, from one relationship to consciousness to another relationship, from one way of being aware to another way of being aware. She described the experience as journey, as exploration, as moving through landscapes that were not geographic but were psychological, were not external but were internal, were not places but were states, were not locations but were conditions of consciousness that the doorways made accessible, that they allowed passage to, that they let you visit and return from carrying knowledge of yourself that you did not have before, understanding of your own consciousness that you could not achieve without the doorways, awareness of the multiplicity you contain that remains hidden until doorways reveal it, until thresholds allow passage, until crossing grants access to the interior kingdoms that we all possess, but which remain unexplored, unknown, inaccessible, except through the doorways that the vanished kingdom built throughout their city, throughout their territories, throughout all the places where they wanted to remind people, you are not singular, you are multiple, you are not fixed, you are fluid. You are not one way of being yourself, but many possible ways, many available relationships to your own consciousness that you can access if only you have doorways to pass through, thresholds to cross, frames to walk through that lead not outward into world, but inward into self, not to other places, but to other states, not to different locations, but to different experiences of being you. The doorways stood, still stand, mark thresholds that lead nowhere in geographic sense, but lead everywhere in consciousness sense. Offer passage not through space, but through self. Make crossing mean not movement, but transformation. Not going from here to there, but going from this version of yourself to that version. From one relationship to your consciousness to another relationship. From one way of being aware to another way of being aware in the journey that doorways make possible, that thresholds enable, that crossing achieves when you pass through the frames that the vanished kingdom left standing, that they positioned throughout their city, that they made available to anyone willing to walk through them, willing to cross their thresholds, willing to discover that passage means transformation, that doorways lead inside, that crossing grants access to the interior territories where you exist in multiple versions, in various relationships, in all the possible ways of being yourself that the doorways reveal, that they make accessible, that they allow you to experience when you pass through their frames, when you cross their thresholds, when you allow them to take you on the journey inside, the exploration of consciousness, the passage through the interior kingdoms that you contain, but do not know until doorways show you, until thresholds grant access, until the vanished kingdom's architecture does what it was designed to do, not house bodies, but transform consciousness, not shelter flesh, but reorganize awareness, not protect from weather, but provide passage to interior territories, to the landscapes within, to the kingdoms inside where doorways lead, where thresholds grant access, where the vanished kingdom left their most important architecture standing, waiting, offering passage to anyone willing to cross, to pass through, to discover that doorways lead inside, that inside is vast, that consciousness contains kingdoms waiting to be explored, territories waiting to be discovered, versions of yourself waiting to be experienced through the doorways that lead inside, that grant passage to interior territories, that make the journey possible from one version of yourself to another, from one relationship to consciousness to another, from one way of being aware to all the other ways that you can be aware when doorways show you, when thresholds allow, when the vanished kingdom's frames stand waiting for you to pass through them, to cross them, to take the journey inside that doorways make possible, that thresholds enable, that the architecture of the vanished kingdom facilitates in the doorways that lead inside, that grant passage to interior kingdoms, that reveal the multiplicity you are, that show you all the ways of being yourself that exist inside where doorways lead, where consciousness lives, where the kingdoms wait that you contain, but do not know until doorways show you, until you cross the threshold, until you pass through the frame and discover you are not one but many, not fixed but fluid, not singular but multiple, in the doorways that lead inside, in the thresholds that grant passage, in the vanished kingdom's architecture that takes you on the journey to yourself, to the interior territories, to the kingdoms within where doorways lead, where you go when you cross, where you discover what you are when the vanished kingdom's doorways show you not one self, but many selves, not one way of being, but multiple ways, not fixed identity, but fluid consciousness in the doorways that lead inside, forever inside, to the kingdoms within, in the deepest chamber of what had been the kingdom's central palace, behind 7 doors that had remained sealed for 3,000 years. Researchers in 1903 found a room that had been protected from wind, from rain, from every disturbance that the centuries had brought to the ruins that surrounded it. It is said that dust settles, that particles fall according to gravity, according to air currents, according to the random physics of small things drifting through space, until they find surfaces to rest upon, accumulating in layers that mark time's passage, that testify to abandonment, that prove no one has disturbed what dust covers. No one has cleaned what dust claims. No one has maintained what dust transforms from pristine to neglected through the patient work of settling, of accumulating, of building layers that are simultaneously preservation and decay, protection and evidence of time's patient victory over all human effort to maintain, to clean, to keep things as they were rather than allowing them to become what time makes them. But the dust in this chamber had not settled randomly, had arranged itself into patterns, deliberate patterns, organized patterns, patterns that resembled writing or mathematics, or some hybrid of both, some system that combined symbol and number, language and equation, meaning and measurement into forms that covered the floor in careful arrangements, in precise configurations, in the kind of ordered complexity that speaks not of natural processes, but of intentional design, not of particles falling where gravity took them, but of particles placed where purpose demanded, where message required, where the civilization's final communication needed them to be. The chamber was small, perhaps 10 feet square, the ceiling low enough that tall people would need to duck, the walls bare stone, showing no decoration, no carving, no elaboration, pure functional space that existed only to contain what it contained, to protect what it protected, to preserve in stillness what required absolute stillness to survive, what demanded perfect calm to maintain itself, what could only exist in the absence of disturbance that this sealed chamber provided, that these 7 doors protected, that 3,000 years of isolation had maintained, until researchers broke the final seal and entered the space that no air had entered since the day the last door was closed, since the moment the kingdom finished writing its final message and sealed it away, and left it in darkness to wait for readers who might never come, who might never find this chamber, who might never break the seals and enter the stillness and discover what dust had written, what particles had spelled, what the final message said, if only someone could read it without destroying it, could understand it without erasing it, could receive the communication without obliterating the medium that carried it. The researcher who led the expedition, a woman named Catherine Wells, who had spent 15 years studying the vanished kingdom's ruins, who had dedicated her career to understanding this civilization that occupied no clear place in historical chronology, that seemed to exist between documented cultures. Catherine stood at the threshold of the chamber for long minutes before entering, stood with her lamp held high, stood looking at the patterns on the floor, stood recognizing immediately that what she was seeing mattered, was important, was perhaps the most significant discovery her expedition would make was possibly the answer to questions she had been asking for years about this kingdom, about where they went, about what they believed, about why they vanished so completely that only ruins remained to testify they had existed. The dust patterns covered the entire floor, wall to wall, arranged in concentric circles perhaps, or in spirals, or in grids. The organization was complex enough that determining its structure required careful study, required time, required the patient work of observation that Catherine specialized in, that she was trained for, that she had practiced for years in other ruins, in other chambers, in other contexts where understanding required not rushing, not assuming, not imposing modern categories onto ancient intentions, but allowing the evidence to speak, allowing the patterns to reveal themselves, allowing meaning to emerge through patient attention rather than through immediate interpretation. But this chamber presented a problem that her other work had not encountered. The dust was delicate, impossibly delicate, so fine that breath could disturb it, so light that footsteps in the chamber would create air currents that would scatter it, so precariously arranged that any movement, any presence, any introduction of air that was not the still air that had been trapped in this chamber for millennia, any of these would destroy what the dust spelled, would erase what the patterns said, would obliterate the message before it could be read, before it could be understood, before it could be received by the consciousness that had worked for years to find this chamber, to break these seals, to enter this space and discover what waited here in arrangements of particles so delicate that knowing them required risking their destruction, that understanding them demanded accepting that understanding might make them cease to exist, might transform message into meaningless scatter, might erase the final words that the vanished kingdom had written in the most fragile medium imaginable, in dust that would hold its patterns only as long as perfect stillness held, only as long as no one entered, only as long as the message remained unread, because reading required presence, and presence destroyed what presence sought to comprehend. Catherine withdrew, backed out of the chamber carefully, closed the door, stood in the corridor beyond, trying to determine what to do, how to proceed, whether there was any method that would allow them to document the patterns without destroying them, to understand the message without erasing it, to receive the communication that the vanished kingdom had left, while preserving it for future researchers, for other questions, for the possibility that someone later would understand what she could not understand, would see what she could not see, would comprehend what eluded her, but which might be accessible to consciousness differently prepared, differently oriented, differently capable than hers was. Her team discussed options, photographing from the doorway possible, but the distance and angle would make detail difficult to capture, would miss subtleties, would preserve only rough approximation of patterns whose precision seemed essential, whose exact configurations likely mattered to whatever meaning they carried. Sketching similarly faced the problem of distance, of inability to see clearly without entering, of the necessity of approximation when precision seemed required. Some suggested removing the dust carefully, particle by particle, relocating the patterns to a more stable surface where they could be studied without the threat of immediate destruction, where researchers could approach them without risking erasure, where the message could be preserved in form that allowed examination, analysis, the careful work of translation that unknown languages require, that mysterious symbols demand, that communication from vanished civilizations necessitates. But this option seemed worse than the others, seemed like violation, seemed like the kind of intervention that changes what it attempts to preserve, that destroys through the very act of saving, that transforms message into something else, into reconstructed approximation that might preserve the symbols, but would lose the essential quality of what those symbols were: not marks on stable surface, but arrangements in dust, not permanent inscription, but temporary configuration that existed only through stillness, only through the absence of disturbance that the sealed chamber provided, only through conditions that could not be replicated elsewhere, that made the message inseparable from its medium, made the dust patterns meaningful precisely because they were dust, or fragile, or temporary, or the kind of communication that says through its very delicacy, "This matters enough to write in the most precious way we know, in medium that requires your complete care, that demands your reverence, that will test whether you value understanding enough to receive it gently, to approach it with the respect that fragility requires, to accept that some messages are too important to be written permanently, are too sacred to be carved in stone, are too profound to be trusted to durable materials that would outlast their relevance, that would persist beyond the moment when they should be understood, that would become relics rather than remaining messages, would become archaeology rather than remaining communication. Catherine returned to the doorway, stood looking at the patterns from the threshold, spent hours in this position, days, documenting what she could see from this distance, what the lamplight revealed when held at certain angles, what patterns emerged when she looked long enough, patiently enough, with sufficient attention that details became visible, that organization became apparent, that what had seemed random scatter revealed itself as careful arrangement, as deliberate design, as symbols that might be readable if she could only get close enough, if she could only examine them properly, if she could only violate the stillness that their survival required. But she did not enter, made the choice, decided that preservation mattered more than understanding, that keeping the message intact was more important than reading the message, that future researchers deserved the opportunity to encounter the patterns as she had encountered them, complete, undisturbed, arranged as the vanished kingdom had arranged them, rather than as archaeologists had reconstructed them, authentic in their fragility, rather than preserved through intervention that would change them, that would make them different things, that would transform final message into archaeological specimen, into object of study, rather than remaining what it was, communication from consciousness that had chosen dust as medium, that had selected fragility as feature rather than bug, that had written their last words in arrangements that would survive only as long as no one read them, that would exist only as long as no one sought to preserve them, that would remain message only by remaining untouched, unread, undisturbed in the chamber where they were written, where they waited, where they would continue waiting perhaps forever, perhaps until the chamber itself collapsed, perhaps until some future disturbance finally scattered what 3,000 years of sealing had preserved, had protected, had kept intact through the simple method of preventing access, of maintaining stillness, of refusing entry to the very consciousness that the message was presumably written for, creating paradox that Catherine recognized, that she accepted, that she chose to honor by photographing from doorways, by sketching from distance, by documenting what could be documented without entering, without disturbing, without risking the erasure that her presence would cause, that her breath would initiate, that her footsteps would complete in the chamber where dust spelled final words that would remain forever partially known, forever incompletely understood, forever protected by the very fragility that made them precious, that made them matter, that made them worth preserving, even if preservation meant accepting that full understanding would remain impossible, would remain beyond reach, would remain in the category of knowledge that we protect by not fully possessing, that we honor by leaving partially unknown, that we value enough to guard through restraint, through distance, through the choice not to enter even when entering is possible, not to touch even when touching would reveal, not to read completely even when complete reading seems like it should be the goal, should be the purpose, should be what researchers do when they discover messages from vanished civilizations. But Catherine understood something that her training had not explicitly taught, but which the chamber made obvious, made undeniable, made impossible to ignore. Some messages are too sacred to read fully. Some communication is too important to risk destroying through the act of reception. Some final words are better protected through partial understanding than through complete comprehension that requires their obliteration, their erasure, their transformation from message into dust that has lost its meaning, its pattern, its capacity to say what it was arranged to say. She sealed the chamber again, closed the 7 doors, locked them as they had been locked, left the dust patterns undisturbed in darkness that would preserve them, in stillness that would maintain them, in sealed space that would protect them from breath, from footsteps, from the disturbances that consciousness brings when consciousness enters spaces, when awareness approaches mysteries, when humans encounter what humans want to understand, but which understanding would destroy. Her photographs showed patterns that experts analyzed for years, attempting translation from the limited perspective that distance allowed, attempting to read what could be seen from doorways. Some proposed that the symbols were mathematical equations, perhaps, calculations, numerical relationships that expressed knowledge about astronomy or physics, or the deep patterns that govern reality when reality is understood mathematically, when existence is comprehended through number rather than through narrative, through equation rather than through story. Others suggested the patterns were linguistic sentences written in the vanished kingdom's final script, messages spelling out what happened to them, where they went, why they vanished in words that could be read if only we possessed the grammar, if only we understood the vocabulary, if only we had sufficient examples to decode the language that these dust patterns spoke, that these fragile arrangements preserved, that the chamber protected in its sealed darkness. Still others whispered that the patterns were both and neither were communication, that transcended the distinction between number and word, between equation and sentence, between mathematical truth and linguistic meaning, or expression in some more fundamental form that preceded the split between these categories, that existed in the territory where meaning itself emerges before it becomes mathematics or language, before it chooses number or word as medium, when it is still pure significance waiting to be encoded, waiting to be expressed, waiting to be written in dust that would preserve it in its precategorical purity, in its undifferentiated wholeness, in the form that is simultaneously all forms and no form, that is meaning before meaning becomes any particular kind of meaning. That is message before message chooses any particular medium except the most precious medium, the most fragile medium, the medium that says through its very delicacy, what we are telling you matters so much that we will write it in dust that breath can scatter, will arrange it in patterns that footsteps will erase, will trust it to medium that survives only through your restraint, only through your choice not to approach too closely, only through your understanding that some messages are better preserved through distance than through proximity, better protected through partial knowledge than through complete comprehension, better honored through the choice not to fully read than through the determination to understand completely at the cost of destroying what you seek to understand. The chamber remains sealed. The dust patterns wait in darkness, and Catherine's photographs hang in museums where they are studied still, where researchers continue attempting to extract meaning from the limited perspective they provide, where the partial view from doorways becomes the only view that ethics allows, that preservation demands, that respect for the vanished kingdom's final communication requires. Some criticize this choice, argue that knowledge should take precedence over preservation, that understanding the message is more important than maintaining the message in its original form, that researchers have obligation to future knowledge that outweighs obligation to current preservation, that what we can learn should determine what we do rather than what we can save determining what we refrain from doing. But Catherine's decision has held. The chamber remains closed. The patterns remain undisturbed, and the final message written in dust continues to exist in its fragile perfection, in its delicate wholeness, in the stillness that preserves it precisely, because stillness prevents the full reading that would destroy it, that would scatter what it spells, that would transform careful arrangement into random distribution, would change message into meaningless dust, would erase final words in the very act of reading them completely. Perhaps this is the message. Perhaps the meaning is not in what the patterns say, but in what they require the restraint, the distance, the choice to leave something unread because reading would destroy it, to leave something partially known because complete knowing would erase it, to accept that some communications are too precious to possess fully, too sacred to comprehend completely, too important to risk destroying through the very attempt to understand them. Perhaps the vanished kingdom knew this, knew that their final message should be written in medium that would test future readers, that would require them to choose between knowledge and preservation, between understanding and respect, between the desire to know completely and the wisdom to know partially, to accept partial knowing as sufficient, as appropriate, as the only ethical response to messages written in dust that breath can scatter, in patterns that presence will erase, in arrangements that survive only through the choice not to approach, not to enter, not to read fully even when full reading seems possible, seems desirable, seems like what researchers should do, what seekers should attempt, what consciousness should pursue when encountering mysteries that promise revelation if only you get close enough, if only you disturb the stillness, if only you sacrifice preservation for understanding, and accept that understanding costs what it costs, that knowledge demands what it demands, that full reading requires full erasure, and you must choose which matters more, knowing completely or preserving perfectly, understanding totally or protecting absolutely, reading the message or leaving the message readable for others who might come later, who might develop better methods, who might find ways to understand without destroying what 3,000 years of stillness has preserved, what sealed chambers have protected, what the vanished kingdom wrote in dust and trusted to darkness and left waiting in the fragile arrangements that Catherine chose to honor by photographing from doorways, by sketching from distance, by accepting that some final words are too precious to read completely, too sacred to understand fully, too important to risk erasing in the attempt to comprehend them. In the chamber where dust still spells patterns that might be mathematics or language or both or neither, that might say everything about where the kingdom went and why they vanished, or might say nothing except this: some messages are written to test whether future readers are wise enough to leave them unread, careful enough to preserve them undisturbed, reverent enough to accept that partial knowledge is sufficient when complete knowledge requires destruction, when full understanding demands erasure, when reading the final message means the final message ceases to exist, ceases to be readable, ceases to be the communication it was written to be, and becomes instead just dust, just scattered particles, just the residue of meaning that was destroyed in the very act of being fully received, in the chamber where patterns wait still in darkness, where dust holds still in stillness, where the vanished kingdom's final message remains partially known and completely preserved in the sealed room that Catherine chose to leave sealed, chose to protect, chose to honor by not entering, by not reading fully, by not possessing completely, by leaving in dust that breath would scatter, in patterns that presence would erase, in arrangements that survive only through absence, only through restraint, only through the choice not to know completely in order to preserve absolutely. What might be the most important message? The vanished kingdom left the message that says through its medium, through its fragility, through its dependence on stillness, some things are too precious to fully possess. Some knowledge is too sacred to completely comprehend. Some final words are written in dust precisely because dust teaches what stone cannot teach, what permanent medium cannot demonstrate, what durable inscription cannot communicate that meaning sometimes resides not in what is said, but in what is required to preserve it, not in what messages contain, but in what messages demand, not in words themselves, but in the relationship between words and readers, between message and medium, between knowledge and the cost of knowing, in the chamber where dust spells patterns that might tell everything or nothing, but which certainly tell this: we wrote our final message in the most fragile way we knew, in medium that would force future readers to choose, to decide, to demonstrate through their choice what they valued understanding or preservation, knowledge or respect, possession or protection. And you chose well, chose wisely, chose to leave us partially unknown, because you understood that some messages survive only when left unread, persist only when protected from complete comprehension, remain meaningful only when preserved in the fragile medium where we wrote them, in dust that waits still in darkness, in patterns that hold still in stillness, in the final message that remains forever partially read, forever incompletely known, forever protected by the choice not to enter, not to approach, not to scatter what we arranged with such care in the chamber we sealed, in the room we in the space we left dark, so that darkness would preserve what light would reveal, and revelation would destroy our final words written in dust. Waiting in stillness, surviving through distance, protected by restraint, honored by the choice to leave them there, to photograph from doorways, to know partially rather than understanding completely, to preserve absolutely rather than possessing fully. In the sealed chamber where dust spells patterns, where fragility is meaning, where the final message waits in arrangements too precious to fully read, too sacred to completely know, too important to risk destroying in the eternal patient darkness, where they survive, where they persist, where they remain the final communication from the vanished kingdom that understood. Some things should be written in dust, because dust demands care, requires reverence, teaches through fragility what permanence cannot teach. That meaning resides in relationship, that messages live in the space between writing and reading, that final words matter most when they require us to choose between knowing and preserving, between understanding and protecting, between the desire to possess completely and the wisdom to honor partially. In the chamber where dust waits, where patterns hold, where the final message remains forever protected by the choice not to fully read it, by the restraint that preserves it, by the distance that honors it, by the sealed doors that Catherine closed, and which remain closed still, keeping safe what care keeps safe, protecting what reverence protects, preserving in darkness and dust and delicate arrangements the final words that survive by remaining partially unknown, incompletely read, absolutely preserved in the chamber where the vanished kingdom wrote their last message, in dust that waits for no one, in patterns that teach through existing, in the fragile final words that say through their medium what their content might never reveal. We trusted you to care enough not to destroy us, and you proved worthy of that trust by leaving us here, by keeping us safe, by choosing preservation over comprehension in the sealed chamber where dust writes still, where patterns hold still, where the final message waits in the darkness that preserves it, in the stillness that maintains it, in the distance that honors it forever, in the kingdom's central square, where all the radiating streets converged, where the geometry of the city found its focal point, where ceremonial processions would have culminated and civic life would have centered there stands a monument. It is said that monuments commemorate the past, that we erect stone markers to remember what has occurred, to honor what has been, to preserve in permanent form the events and people that shaped history, that mattered enough to warrant preservation beyond memory, beyond oral tradition, beyond the fragile human capacity to recall across generations what should not be forgotten. But this monument does not commemorate the past. Records instead the future, is carved not with dates that have occurred, but with dates still to come, with festivals that have not been celebrated, with ceremonies that have not been performed, with gatherings that remain always ahead, always approaching, always written in stone as promises, as appointments, as the calendar of return that the vanished kingdom maintained even as they prepared to vanish, even as they sealed their chambers and wrote their final messages in dust, even as they walked through their doorways and disappeared into absence so complete that only their architecture remains, and this monument, this calendar, this schedule of return that suggests they never intended to leave permanently, never meant to disappear forever, never planned to become the mysterious, vanished kingdom, but intended something else, something temporary, something that the monument marks with its careful dates, its precise notations, its astronomical calculations that indicate when they would return, when they would gather again, when the kingdom would resume its life in the square where this stone pillar stands marking time, counting years, waiting with the patience that stone possesses for the fulfillment of promises carved in its surface, for the arrival of dates still future, for the return that the monument insists will occur, must occur, is written in stone, and therefore is certain, is permanent, is as inevitable as the monument itself. The pillar is tall, perhaps 20 feet, octagonal in cross-section, each face carved with text in the kingdom's script, with numbers in their notation system, with symbols that astronomers recognize as marking planetary positions, lunar phases, stellar configurations that repeat on cycles spanning decades, spanning centuries, spanning the deep time that celestial mechanics operate in, that the movement of heavens follows with precision that allows prediction, that makes possible the calculation of when specific alignments will occur, when particular conjunctions will manifest, when the stars will arrange themselves in patterns that repeat rarely, that come again only after long waiting, after patient counting of years. The monument's dates are specific, not vague promises of eventual return, not general statements about someday, but precise moments, exact days, particular hours when the sun would be at certain angle, when the moon would be in certain phase, when planets would align in configurations that the monument's calculations indicated, that its astronomical notations specified, that its careful carving preserved as the schedule of return, as the calendar that the vanished kingdom expected to be honored, that they planned to keep, that they marked in stone, so that future generations would know when to gather, when to expect them, when to prepare the square for festivals that the dates indicated, for ceremonies that the astronomical positions suggested, for the return that would occur when heavens aligned, as the monument said they would align, when time reached the moments that had been calculated, when the universe itself arrived at configurations that the vanished kingdom had identified as significant, as meaningful, as the proper times for return. Some dates have passed, came and went, while the square remained empty, while no processions formed, while no festivals were celebrated, while the kingdom stayed vanished, and the monument stood marking times that arrived without fulfillment, that occurred without the gatherings they promised, that passed into the category of missed appointments, of broken promises, of dates that the stone said would bring return, but which brought only another year of absence, another cycle of waiting, another demonstration that whatever the monument promised had not occurred, would not occur on that date, left that particular alignment to pass uncelebrated, left that specific conjunction to come and go, while the square remained empty, except for the monument that continued marking future dates, that continued indicating appointments still ahead, that continued insisting through its carved numbers that return remained possible, remained promised, remained written in stone, even though stone's promises had proven unreliable, even though carved dates had come without bringing what they indicated, without fulfilling what they suggested, without demonstrating that the monument knew anything about return, about when it would occur, about whether it would occur at all. The first marked date was in 1347, an autumn day. The monument specified the hour just after dawn, specified the celestial conditions, new moon, Jupiter rising, particular star visible just above eastern horizon, local priests who maintained knowledge of the ruins, who preserved oral traditions about the vanished kingdom, who kept faith with the monument even though the kingdom had been gone for millennia. These priests gathered in the square on the specified date, gathered at the specified hour, watched the sky show the specified signs, and waited for return. Nothing happened. The dawn came. The astronomical conditions manifested exactly as the monument had calculated. But no procession appeared. No vanished people materialized. No return occurred. The square remained empty except for the waiting priests who stood until sunset, who maintained vigil through the entire day, who refused to abandon the appointed time, even when the appointed time brought nothing except their own presence, their own faith, their own commitment to honoring what the monument promised, even when the promise proved empty, even when the date passed without fulfillment, even when return did not occur. They came again for the next marked date, 1389, a spring morning, different astronomical alignment, different celestial configuration, same emptiness, same waiting, same failure of return to manifest, to materialize, to prove that the monument knew what it claimed to know, that the dates it marked were meaningful, that the kingdom would honor the appointments they had carved in stone before vanishing, before becoming mystery, before leaving only this calendar of return that dates proved unreliable, that time demonstrated was either wrong or premature, either miscalculated or not yet fulfilled, either mistaken or still awaiting the proper moment that had not come yet, that would come later, that remained in the category of future dates, future possibilities, future appointments that might bring what past dates had not brought the actual return, the real manifestation, the fulfillment of promises that the monument continued to make through its carved future dates, even as its past dates accumulated unfulfilled, uncelebrated, past without the gatherings they had indicated. But the vigil continued, continues still. Every marked date draws watchers, draws those who maintain faith with the monument, who refuse to accept that the vanished kingdom is gone permanently, who insist through their patient waiting that the dates mean something, that the astronomical calculations serve some purpose, that the monument would not have been carved with such precision if the precision did not matter, if the dates were not actual appointments, if the return were not planned, expected, promised in stone, that would outlast doubt, that would persist beyond skepticism, that would continue marking future dates, regardless of how many past dates proved empty, proved unfulfilled, proved nothing, except that the monument's promises had not been kept yet, had not manifested yet, remained in the category of not yet rather than never, remained possible rather than proven impossible, remained written in stone, and therefore remained in the minds of those who keep vigil, remained true, remained valid, remained promises that would be kept eventually, would be fulfilled someday, would bring return when the right date arrived, when the proper alignment occurred, when time finally reached the moment that the monument was actually marking, rather than the moments it seemed to mark, but which turned out to be something else, something preliminary, something that looked like appointed times, but were actually just celestial configurations that resembled the true configuration, that approximated the real alignment, that came close, but were not quite the exact conditions that would trigger return, that would make manifestation possible, that would bring the vanished kingdom back to the square where their monument waits, where their calendar counts, where their appointments remain written even after centuries of not being kept, of not being honored, of passing without fulfillment, but without being canceled, without being erased, without ceasing to be appointments simply because they had not yet been kept, had not yet brought return, had not yet proved the monument's promises true. The vigil keepers maintain records, document each marked date, note the astronomical conditions, record who who waited, who maintained faith through another day of emptiness, another appointed time that passed without return. The records are meticulous, are careful, are the product of centuries of patient documentation, of careful observation, of the commitment to bearing witness, even when there is nothing to witness except absence, except the failure of return to occur, except the ongoing demonstration that the monument's promises remain unfulfilled, remain in the category of not yet, remain possible, but not actual, written, but not manifested, promised, but not delivered. Some of the vigil keepers are descendants of the original watchers, families who have maintained this duty across generations, across centuries, across the vast span of time that separates the kingdoms vanishing from the present moment. They speak of it as sacred responsibility, as covenant with the vanished, as promise that someone will be here when return occurs, whenever return occurs. If return occurs, though they do not speak in ifs, do not allow doubt into their vocabulary. Maintain faith through linguistic discipline, through the choice to speak in when rather than if, in will rather than might, in certainty rather than possibility, even when possibility seems more honest, seems more aligned with evidence, seems more reasonable than the certainty they maintain through sheer determination, through inherited commitment, through the weight of generations who kept this vigil before them, and who passed to them the responsibility of keeping it still, of maintaining watch, of ensuring that when return finally occurs, when not if someone will be present to witness it, to welcome it, to fulfill the human half of the covenant that the monument marks, that the dates indicate, that the astronomical calculations preserve. Other vigil keepers are pilgrims, come once or many times to stand in the square on marked dates, to participate in the waiting, to add their presence to the gathering that occurs whether return occurs or not, to be part of the community of those who refuse to accept that the vanished kingdom is gone forever, who insist that absence is temporary, who maintain through their physical presence in the square on appointed days that hope persists, that faith continues, that the possibility of return remains alive as long as people continue gathering, continue waiting, continue honoring the dates that the monument marks with such care, with such precision, with such apparent confidence that these are not random days, but are actual appointments, are real promises, are the calendar of return that will be fulfilled when the right moment arrives, when the true alignment occurs, when time finally reaches the configuration that will trigger manifestation, that will make return possible, that will prove the vigil keepers were right to wait, right to gather, right to maintain faith across centuries of apparent emptiness, of seeming futility, of dates that passed without bringing what they promised, but which the vigil keepers insist were not the true dates, were not the actual appointments, were only approximations, were only similar alignments that resembled, but were not identical to the configuration that will someday occur, and which, when it occurs, will bring return, will manifest the vanished kingdom, will prove that the monument's promises were true all along, were accurate all along, simply required more patience than humans typically possess, more faith than evidence typically supports, more commitment than reason typically justifies. The next marked date is approaching. 17 years from now, an autumn evening, the monument specifies conditions more complex than previous dates, more precise than earlier appointments, involving not just lunar phase and planetary positions, but also the conjunction of 3 stars, the angle of certain constellation, the precise moment when multiple celestial factors align in pattern that the monument's calculations indicate occurs rarely, occurs perhaps once in several thousand years, occurs with such specificity that this date cannot be approximation, cannot be preliminary, cannot be anything except the actual appointment, the real moment, the true alignment that will, the vigil keepers believe, bring return. Preparations have begun. Not elaborate, not presumptuous. The vigil keepers do not know what form return will take, what the vanished kingdom will need, what should be prepared or left unprepared. So they prepare only what all gatherings require: cleared space in the square, willingness to witness, commitment to be present regardless of outcome, regardless of whether this date proves like all the others or proves different, proves empty or proves fulfilling, brings nothing or brings everything that centuries of waiting have anticipated, have hoped for, have maintained faith with through the long, patient years of disappointed dates, of unfulfilled appointments, of promises that have not been kept yet, but which remain written in stone, remain marked on the monument, remain part of the calendar that continues counting toward moments still ahead, toward dates still future, toward the possibility that remains possible as long as future dates exist, as long as the monument continues marking times that have not occurred yet, as long as stone continues promising what stone promises, that return is coming, that the vanished kingdom will manifest, that the dates are meaningful and the appointments are real, and someday, when the right alignment occurs, when the true moment arrives, when time finally reaches the configuration that all previous dates approximated but did not match, someday return will occur, and the vigil will end, and the waiting will be justified, and the monument will prove itself true, will prove itself accurate, will prove that its promises were never broken, were only delayed, were only waiting for the proper moment that all the previous moments resembled, but were not, that approached, but did not achieve, that suggested, but did not fulfill. Or the date will pass like the others, will bring only more waiting, will add itself to the long list of disappointed appointments, of unfulfilled promises, of moments when the square filled with watchers and emptied with only watchers, when no return occurred and faith was tested and maintained, when belief persisted despite evidence, when hope continued despite disappointment, when the vigil keepers returned home carrying nothing except the commitment to gather again for the next date, to maintain watch for the next appointment, to keep faith with the next promise that the monument makes, that stone carves, that the calendar marks in dates, extending far into the future, far beyond the lifetimes of current vigil keepers, far into the time when their descendants will stand in the square waiting as they wait now, hoping as they hope now, maintaining faith as they maintain it now, keeping the vigil that was passed to them and which they will pass forward, keeping alive the possibility of return through the simple act of gathering, of waiting, of being present on appointed days, regardless of outcome, regardless of fulfillment, regardless of whether return occurs or not, because the vigil is not contingent on success, is not dependent on the kingdom actually manifesting, is valuable in itself as witness, as faith, as the human commitment to remain faithful to those who vanished, to keep appointment with those who are absent, to maintain covenant with the gone through the ongoing patient work of gathering in the square where the monument stands, where the dates are carved, where the promises wait to be fulfilled or to remain unfulfilled, but in either case to be honored, to be witnessed, to be kept faith with by those who refuse to abandon the vanished, who refuse to accept that absence is permanent, who insist through their vigil that the kingdom might return, could return, will return when the right moment comes, when the true alignment occurs, when time reaches the point that the monument has been marking all along, that it has been counting toward through all the dates that seemed important but were not, that appeared to be appointments but were not, that brought watchers but not the watched-for, brought gathering but not return, brought faith tested but not faith rewarded not yet. The vigil keepers say, not yet but someday, not yet but eventually, not yet but written in stone and therefore certain, promised and therefore inevitable, marked on the monument, and therefore true even when truth remains invisible, even when evidence argues otherwise, even when every date that has passed suggests that no date will bring what the monument promises. The monument stands in the square. The dates extend into years we will not see, and the vigil continues, patient and faithful, in the space where the vanished kingdom promised to return, where they marked the moments of their coming back, where they carved their covenant in stone that will outlast memory, outlast doubt, outlast even faith itself, and will continue standing, continue marking, continue promising in the square where watchers gather, where hope persists, where the mystery waits of whether return will occur, or whether return has already occurred in the ongoing faithful waiting, in the continued honored appointments, in the vigil that makes the vanished kingdom present through absence, real through memory, returned through the faith that refuses to accept that they are gone forever, that insists through gathering on appointed days that somewhere, somehow, they persist, they continue. They wait for the right moment to come back to the square where their monument stands, where their calendar counts, where their dates promise return that has not happened yet, but which remains forever possible, forever promised, forever written in stone in the square where the vigil continues, where faith persists, where the vanished kingdom's return is always approaching, always ahead, always written in the future that the monument marks, that the calendar preserves, that the dates promise in the square where watchers wait, where hope endures, where the mystery persists of the return that never happened, but which remains forever possible, forever promised, forever carved in stone. Soft fade of ambient sounds, wind across empty moorland, the patient silence of stone, the eternal waiting of monuments. And so we close our journey through the mysterious vanished kingdom, through their crown that wore no king, through their maps that showed nowhere, through their bells that ring beneath the lake, through all the traces they left behind when they departed into absence, so complete that only questions remain. Tonight you've walked through empty streets where footprints ended in sand. You've seen mirrors that reflect yesterday. You've heard wells whisper names. You've touched stones that remember music. And you've stood before the monument that promises return. Whether that return will ever occur, we cannot know. Whether the dates are meaningful or the appointments are real, we cannot say. What we know is simply this: they were here, they built, they created, they vanished, and they left behind mysteries that are perhaps more valuable than answers, questions that are perhaps more important than solutions, absences that teach us more than presences ever could. Let these mysteries carry you now into sleep. Let the questions dissolve into dreams. Let the patient waiting of monuments become the patient waiting of rest, of darkness, of the gentle descent into unconsciousness, where all vanished kingdoms might exist still, where all lost things might be found, where all mysteries might resolve themselves in the wordless knowing that sleep provides. The monument stands. The vigil continues. And somewhere in the territories between waking and dreaming, between knowing and wondering, between history and mystery, the vanished kingdom waits. Good night. Sleep well, and perhaps in dreams you'll find them. Perhaps in the deep silent places where consciousness goes when consciousness sleeps, you'll discover where they went, what they became, why they left everything beautiful behind when they vanished into the mystery that we've explored tonight, but which remains, as all true mysteries must remain, forever beautiful, forever unanswered, forever waiting in the darkness where you go now, gently, peacefully, carried by questions into rest, into dreams, into sleep. The kingdom waits. The monument stands. And you can rest now. Let go, drift, sleep. The vigil continues without you. The mystery persists without resolution. And that's exactly as it should be. Good night. Silence.